you all, but also to introduce my co-facilitator for the next 3 days. Please, you are welcome here. Madam Brenda, give her a, come up here, please. Let's give her a warm one for now.
Good morning. Good morning. You're very welcome to the 2024 Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week. Feel at here.
Don't go away, please. I need you close here. Again, you are most welcome. We apologize for being quiet because particularly we've been waiting for our chief guest. But as we wait for our chief guest, we want to get some engagement and onboarding you as to what we are going to be doing, especially today and in the next 2 days. Once again, most welcome. And we also want to appreciate you all for heeding our call. We will be shortly recognizing those of you who are here. One of us is going to be in charge of this session. The two of us are in charge of the 3 days. But there's a special person whom we are going to be introducing momentarily who will lead us into the onboarding and also engaging you all before the Honorable Minister comes. But as we wait for the Honorable Minister to come, I just want to show you our quick plan here. As you see, this is the Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week 2024, starting today, October 29th, November 1st. And we are here at Silver Springs Hotel in Bugolobi, Kampala. Welcome. And this is our theme, and we'd like you to please be cognizant. It's about making extension count. Count for robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food systems. We will be having our chief guest who is coming. The guest of honor will be Honorable Dr. Lieutenant Colonel, retired Bright Ramirama, who is the Minister of State for Animal Industry within the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. He is joining us anytime. And Brenda here has a tip on how we are going to be welcoming him. And I will give you that moment.
Okay, yes, great, please. Great.
So wait a little bit. I know she's ready because she wants you to be ready. Again, while we have the chief guest, who is also our host from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, we are also being hosted by AFAS. AFAS is the African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services. So you can guess that Uganda, the UFAS, is actually a country chapter of AFAS. And AFAS is a continental chapter of GIFRAS, where GIFRAS means the Global Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services. So we are excited that you are here, in part as members of UFAS, but also in the other part as stakeholders in extension and advisory service provision. So as I was saying, we are hosted by AFAS, and the ED is Dr. Salim Nadi. He is well represented, but I believe he's also on the way. And we will be recognizing the people from AFAS. I think the moderator for the official opening will do that. But also we are hosted by UFAS, which you know, and our chairperson is Madam Adeline Muhebwa, as well also as our CEO, Madam Beatrice Luzobe. This is the program in brief, but before we go into that program, allow us to recognize our guests from Madagascar. I'll request them to stand and wave, and we give them a warm Ugandan welcome. And yesterday, we were encouraged that if we treat them very well, they will also invite all of us to Madagascar. And so please give them the warmest welcome when you meet them. Let them feel at home. at Uganda, and at Africa. So briefly, the official opening looks like this. We have, when the guest of honor comes, he will be walked through the exhibits, and after that, we will welcome him for the official opening, which will involve the national anthems, the East African anthem, and then the chairperson of UFAS will make her remarks. We'll have remarks also from the CEO of UFAS. We are also blessed to have a patron who has just jetted in, and together with the patron, maybe I'll steal meaning I'll steal, without permission, the opportunity to recognize a representative from AFAS. First of all, this is none other than Dr. Lilian Lihasi. Let's please stand up and receive a warm Ugandan welcome. So as we wait for the ED, she's here watching that space of AFAS. And also to recognize our patron, Madame Beatrice Byarugaba. Let's also give her a warm Ugandan welcome. So back to the program this morning. So we shall have those remarks and then an overview of the agricultural extension, highlights of the extension service in Uganda. That will be given by a representative from the Commissioner of Agriculture Extension at Maif, a keynote address by our very own Dr. Lilian Lihasi, followed by an official launch of two very important programs. One shall be the strategic plan of UFAS, where you and I belong, but also a new project which is going to give you as members of UFAS, you as fraternity of agriculture and advisory services, an opportunity for capacity building. It's actually funded by AGRA, the African Green Revolution. Why am I making it? AGRA, can you help me? Sorry. Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. You can clap for me for correcting myself. Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa are financing this project. One of the things as UFAS we aim at is to build each other's capacity. We are aware that you've been trained in agricultural colleges, in universities, at different levels, but as we do our service, we need more and more capacity building. And so we have attracted several projects, and this is one of them. It shall also be launched in this meeting, and in one way or the other, you shall be involved and informed in how you can directly or indirectly be a part of that project. We will also, after that, have a speech from the ED of AFAS, followed by a welcome from our patron, who will welcome the chief guest to come and speak to us, after which we shall have a group photo and then go into our lunch break. Now, before we invite the in charge of this session, whom Brenda will invite, okay. She was reminding me of something important, but it's on the way, and you will actually help me.
A big hand clap for that amazing welcome that he has given us. Before I give you that very amazing tip, I would like to request that if we could move closer to the front, it would be such a great achievement for all of us. Let's first cover these seats, and then we leave the behind seats for the latecomers. Because we were on time, why should we sit behind? Let's cover these seats here, and then we shall move on. A simple announcement. UFAS, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, has decided that they should give back to you in another special way, such that our extensionists and extension actors can have that very, very good health and we are having medical services. And when you get a break, offer stand, and you can always get those medical services, those that are available. And it's courtesy of Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services offers, our own offers. Okay, this is what we are going to do. During this week, we need it to be a week where we are active, where we are not bored on our seats and we are sitting forever and ever. So we are going to do some bit of easy exercise to get our blood running and of course to get our bodies functioning very well. And for every speaker that comes up that is going to speak or has finished speaking, this is what we are going to do. I would have demonstrated if I had a seat here, but I'm going to demonstrate it for you, and it's what we shall be doing. It's called the standing ovation. Okay? The standing. We are going to be doing the standing ovation. It will give us a bit of exercise, stretch our legs, and then sit again. So you won't be seated forever. So this is what we are going to do. If someone is coming up to speak, you will rise and clap your hands until they get to where they are going to speak from. And when they are done speaking, you will stand up again and clap. When they get to where they were seated, you will sit again. Is it easy? Let's try it. Brenda has just given whatever she was giving to you, presented an amazing talk, speech, and you're going to appreciate her. We are going to be appreciating. We'll make people feel loved. So, or the guest of honor, maybe the presenter, the keynote speaker, those main speakers, please, we will be giving them standing ovations. So let us stand and give a try at a standing ovation. Let's try it. Aha. So I've sat and you sit. So let me assume I'm coming to give a speech. Okay, let's have Brenda, all the way from Ufas. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. That's amazing. You're good students. And you deserve an A+. Yes, let's have those hand claps very loud and clear, okay? Let's try it once again. I'm coming. Thank you, thank you. Let's be seated. Beautiful, beautiful. What a great audience. Thank you all for coming. And I know you're from different parts of this world. And I would like to say thank you to everyone that made it from wherever you made it from. But I would like to go regional and recognize people by region. If you're coming from central Uganda, the hosts, let us welcome you. Stand up if you're from central Uganda. Central Uganda, please. Central Uganda. Very welcome, very welcome. Wow, wow, wow. Dr. Miro is also from central Uganda, and our CEO. Let us recognize people from Eastern Uganda. Eastern Uganda, you here? Wow, 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 wow. Thank you for making it here. We appreciate you being here, and thank you very much. We shall have you for all this week. People from Northern Uganda. Northern Uganda. Are we represented here? A big team. Thank you, thank you. Apoyo Matek. Thank you very much. People from Western Uganda. Are we having Western Uganda? Ah, wow, 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 wow. Thank you. You're very welcome. Such a big team, Western Uganda. Amazing, amazing. Let's have people from northwestern Uganda. Northwestern Uganda, where are we? Where are we? Northwestern Uganda. West Nile, basically. I can see you. West Nile. Arua, Nebi, those places. West Nile. Yes? I think the others are on the way. You know West Nile can be in West Nile. Let us see if we have people from northeastern Uganda. Karamoja. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Arakara no woi. Thank you for coming. Yes, thank you for coming. Is there a region I've not mentioned? Ochigezi likes being called Southwestern. Southwestern Uganda, where are you? Do we have anybody from Southwestern Uganda? Okay. Since we are done with Uganda, I think, let me also welcome again our team from Madagascar, our international team. Thank you for representing Africa, the rest of Africa. We are glad to have you here and enjoy your stay for the rest of the week. Amazing. Thank you. Okay. My other simple role was to invite the moderator for some of these sessions that we shall be having. And this is none other than the Commissioner, Information and Communication in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. These are major supporters of this event, of this Extension Week. The ministry is one mega supporter of the Agriculture Extension Week. And we really appreciate them. And to moderate with us and also support the facilitation, I would like to invite Madame Consolata Achayo from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Do you remember our?
Let me tell you the experience. It feels beautiful. Good morning, everybody. You clapped beautifully, but you have not responded. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Madam
Hey, now that one sounds a little better. Thank you very much. That is the name Consolata. But I know 3/4 of this house calls her Achayo. Calls me Connie. So Connie, Consolata is the same person. It's beautiful to be here. And it's beautiful to see the faces I've seen for a long time, to see them again. I want to say thank you to UFAS for bringing us here again for yet. Let's give a big round of applause. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. And that is for Beatrice. She's a great lady. If I had all my powers, should have been the permanent secretary, Ministry of Agriculture. Seriously. Allow me to say thank you to the team from Madagascar. Thank you very much for being here. They've appreciated you. I do appreciate you too. Thank you. We are grateful. But also, I want to sincerely appreciate the partners that have made us to be here. Agra, can we give a big round to Agra? Asante sana. Yongeza tena. I'm looking for the next one. Hello? I'm looking for the next one. And I've been told GIZ I cannot forget them. Let's give them a big round of applause. Asante sana. Youngers again. Care International, asante sana. Youngers tena. Grace Farmers Media is ever there, struggling, trying to do everything possible. Asante sana. I can assure you, if we start Asante sana, we shall never finish. But allow me to say, let's applaud all our partners with a big round of applause, really making this day a success. A big one. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Dr. Salim, we have seen you arrive. Thank you so much. He is the executive, the country director, the everything of AFAS. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you for spearheading it all. I think she was saying if somebody comes on board, we missed it. So he came and we didn't stand up. Asante sana for sparing time to be with us. We are about to start. We haven't started. From my program, everything starts around 10. But when I came here before 8 o'clock, members were already entering here. And that to me shows the interest that everybody here, plus the ones who haven't arrived, have in this extension week. That means we have to do it better than we've done this. Thank you for keeping time. Thank you for being within time. I want us to do just something very small, a small exercise, so that by the time the big guys get in, we are already there. I believe that as we were coming from home, everybody had some kind of an expectation inside his or her own mind, isn't it? We wanted to do something. Said, when I go there, this is what I want to see. Is that true or false? True. I want to hear some of those expectations. Give it to me very briefly. Don't tell me stories. I don't want to hear stories. I only want to hear expectations. And I'll move row by row or column by column, wherever it is. Not everybody. But let's see how fast we can move. I'll be happy to have one person that side and one this side. And where are the girls? I always like balancing one boy, one girl, and you know, those gender things, you know. But it is okay. Please. 1, 2, 3, 4. The first three. From here. Give me your expectations. Number one. Give it to him. Give him the microphone. Give me your expectation. Don't tell me stories. Put it on, please. You can use mine meanwhile.
I expected to meet new friends.
He came to meet friends. That's one of them. Partnership, collaboration starts by making friends. Thank you very much. Number 2 is who? Yes, ma.
Thank you very much. My expectation is to have experiences from different farmers and also to share with us what has worked and what hasn't worked.
Sharing experiences. She wants to learn what is it that you are doing better than her so that she can improve hers. Yes, let's move on. Do we have any here? These ones don't have expectations. Do we have any expectation this side? In the middle? Yes, please give him the microphone. Anybody the other side?
Networking.
Networking. What did networking do?
Meeting with new people and expounding on my knowledge.
Some more expectations. Are you people sure that when you came from home, you are only waiting for making friendship and networking? There was nothing else?
To learn more about organ farming.
About?
I expected to learn more about organic farming.
About urban farming.
Organic farming.
Organic farming.
Yes.
Thank you, Mama. I'm changing my strategy. I want from every table. My strategy is changing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mine, I expected to have new innovations in agriculture extension.
That one is not yet clear. What about innovations in agriculture? Where?
We are saying, what are those new innovations in agriculture extension?
Yes. He wants to go back with new innovations in agricultural extension. I have changed my strategy, table by table. Are we good? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. My point of interest, I want to have some great discussions on the new policies in organic farming.
Policies on organic farming. Let's take note of that. Are we together? I want extension workers. I've seen a number of them. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. I expected to learn how to improve on extension services to our farmers.
On extension services to your farmers. Okay, how many private extension workers are here? Not government, private. From this row, first of all. There's one there. Give him the microphone. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what I expected to get from here is actually I wanted to understand deeply how MAIF is supporting also offers in planting other activities.
How MAIF is supporting UFAS? Are you with UFAS? How about how UFAS is supporting MAIF? Next to him is an extension worker. Give her the phone. Give her the phone. I watched. She is. Yes, Mama.
Thank you very much. I expect to meet colleagues and we see how to improve on our extension work.
Thank you very much. And then behind the gentleman is another one. I saw all of them. No, this one in glasses. Where you left? He's in a dark shirt, that one. He put up his hand, I saw.
You were asking the private extension workers, whereby
Yes.
we are part of it. That's why I said you wanted to see those new innovations that you can also add on how are we exercising ours.
Beautiful. Here, private. Thank you. He's alone.
There was one here.
Okay.
My expectation is collaboration with those doing agriculture financing and market linkages amongst all players.
That's a very beautiful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We don't want to talk about the money, and yet that is very important. Money linkage. How can we strengthen that? The answer will be here. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. My expectation is that beside the indoor learning and the hearing, we shall also get out to learn in the field as field visit.
The
Thank
field
you.
visit, the exchange visit. How is the other one doing better than me? How can I improve? Next.
Yeah, one here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. My expectation is the evaluation of agriculture extension services and what next, like in terms of brands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. My expectation is of the ways of how we can link our farmers to good markets. However much we say that the agriculture is the biggest enterprise in Uganda, but farmers have remained the poorest in the country. So I would like to know ways of how our farmers will be linked to better markets.
How can we link our farmers to market? Next time, tell them we have to start by finding the market. Then we see how we can organize our farmers to address the need of that market. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
My expectation is to learn from other colleagues and organizations the different extension approaches they are using in their organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Public extension workers.
Oh, before we go to public.
Yes, ma.
You didn't recognize that I was
okay,
standing.
okay.
My expectation is maybe to discuss how private extension work can be boosted to bridge the gap. You realize that we have the coverage for government is limited. So how can private be boosted to bridge that gap? And maybe at the end of this discussion, can we have a forum, a coalition for private, I don't know how to call it, that we can use to boost the work for private extension work?
You are beginning to enter in my head. Thank you very much. Public, I have seen my public people are here. Please bring the microphone to my public extension workers. And they're all smiling at me. Start with him.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
For me, I want to learn more about the extension approaches because we are now in the current era. Thank you.
Thank you. For you people, even I want you to tell me how you are working with the private extension workers in your district. Because you do have them, I know.
Yes, they are there. I have Jesse now here in Rubirizi, and they are doing good work. They are supporting us in day-to-day activities. Even more, they are there. I've got Caritas also working with us, raising the village. Since they are supporting us because we are few in number as public extension workers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bring it here. He's on the computer, but let him talk to us. I recognize you. And you're welcome.
Thank you, Connie. Sorry, I was responding to something. Possibly I'll give my expectation later. Thank you. But basically, one of the issues I would want us to deliberate on with the WOFAS is how do we strengthen the linkages between the public and the private extension providers. When we look at all the existing challenges, when the private have proper facilitation, the public don't have, where we work, how do we build the synergies and be able to work and work for the same client, the farmer?
How have you been doing yours?
And unfortunately, in Buvuma, we don't have private extension service providers. It's mainly public. People have phobia for the waters. So maybe as we work here, I would love to see the private people also venturing in to come and do extension services in the islands. Thank you.
Our partners, private sector here present, did you hear that? That you have phobia for water, so you don't want to cross the water going to Kalangala and Buvuma. And you don't exist in those places. There's another one here. Okay, go ahead.
My expectation is on sharing views on how to overcome challenges.
Which is your district, sir?
Buyukwe district, the great district.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Sharing views on how to overcome the challenges associated with the extension activities, more so on the public extension services. Now that we are directly connected with other partners and the private, how can we collaborate to overcome the challenges?
You will give us solutions to some of those ones. There's one here. He's putting on glasses. Give it to him. Thank you very much. I know
Hello?
my people.
Hello. Yeah. Yes. My expectation Yeah, I think for me, I want more information on extension. So some researches that have been done elsewhere in the world. Yes, how do we position ourselves to be relevant to the farmers as extension workers? I submit.
You are supposed to give us some of those solutions. How have you been positioning yourself working with the farmers in your district? How have you been positioning yourself
Yeah,
working with the non-state actors in your district?
Yeah, one is we have been planning together with the non-state actors. Yes, then two, for the other farmers, reaching them, mainly we also use the radio media because we are thin on the ground. Yeah, basically the other issue is on the challenge of how to reach the farmers. Yes, having a big place to operate from.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I resume my seat?
Thank you very much. Now I want the academia. Yes, Mama Betty. She's the overall, the head up there, trying to register as many extension service providers as possible. Yes, Mama Betty.
Yes, there is one thing which has been bothering us in extension. How do we, as extension workers, get to learn, get the capacity to be able to put together case stories, those field stories, so that they can be published, so they can be showcased anywhere. Because whenever you call for papers and case stories, you get papers from the researchers and the academia. And yet we have so many stories from the field. We want those stories. In an event like this, we actually want more stories from the field, more success stories from the field. There is a session where we discuss it. How do we do it? As extension workers, we are in the field and there are so many of them, but we cannot be able to put them together so that they can be published and the world and Uganda and whatever get to know about them.
She says we have not been sharing the achievements we have. Every day we are supposed to be in the field. And yet we don't share the good stories that are out there. At the end of the day, they'll say these guys don't exist while you are dying of work. Much as they're thin in the country, but the impact is big. But we don't talk about it. We keep it quiet, so nobody knows. Nobody sees it. So how can we improve that? That's our concern. How can you let people know what you are doing, what you have done, the beautiful things you're doing down there? So we can share a little bit. He's giving us a response down there. Somebody get him a microphone at the end. And this is a good concern. If all of us start doing something, differently, showcasing what we do, I think it can make a big difference. Pausing. Because we are not pushing that to anybody. It starts with us. If you ask me and I ask you and everybody asks, who is going to give us the answer? The answer is here. You give me what you think.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I'm part of the session, and I invite people to come and attend the session on experience of exporting chia seeds to Germany. We are doing so many things, but we don't share our stories. Let's showcase what we have, and people appreciate. Even where we are, we become examples in our own communities, in our own villages, in our friends, and word will spread by word of mouth. Thank you.
I really want us to talk about this for a short while. This is an issue. It's the real issue. And these are the issues that has brought us here. To get to know how best can we come out. How best can everybody know what we are doing. How best can we share all this, the beautiful, even at the bad things. Because the pest and the rest, if you're able to share, somebody will learn from you. Will know maybe how you fail to do control and probably provide you with the responses. Maybe if you've done it well, somebody will not have to struggle again because there's already an answer to that. Professor.
Yeah, we have one gentleman here.
He's not a gentleman, he's the professor in charge.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Professor Achille Okaya from the Department of Food Technology and Nutrition. But really on the side of academia, each year we produce a number of extension officers, extension workers. What I want to hear, what are they exactly contributing? You know, based on the fact that we provide them with new knowledge, new innovations. Are they contributing anything to change the extension services, you know, in the field? Thank you very much.
Professor, before you sit down, I also want to hear from you. How do you link with these people on the ground, the farmers? How informed is your teaching and the practice on the ground? How do you link with the ministry? How do we link with these partners to help you be informed in what you're undertaking at the university? Because the teaching at the university should relate to what we have on the ground. So I want to hear from you. I know I have a few professors around here.
Well, I think maybe Dr. Miro can help me because he is directly involved in the extension, department. Because you have got a whole department for extension, which trains extension officers. But we have a number of ways in which we link up with the farmers because in addition to teaching and doing research, you are supposed to do a lot of dissemination. And we have been actually doing this. I have been, myself at least, most of the work that I do involves community, service, where you can train people, making awareness campaigns, contributing towards policies. And I think that's very, very important. Yeah, but we have got a limit where we go up to. But we feel that actually we have been able to link up with all the relevant ministries, especially Ministry of Agriculture, where where our extensions, officers are supposed to be working. So I think in addition to training, we have done a lot of research and also a lot of community engagement. Maybe Dr. Miro can add on.
As Doctor comes on board to add, I've seen another hand, but even as you come up, I also want to hear that probably the research that we undertake, it is informed from the issues that come from our farmers, issues that come from the community, issues that are from maybe the other private sector, the government and the rest. So that it is probably not only informed by our development partners who are giving us the money. Thank you very much.
What you are asking is really very important, and we have so many stories. It's very true. I live in the field there, so I think the solution here is maybe to do some skilling. You skill us maybe on Zoom or online, short from these experts. They can do a lot, and then also maybe to advise government. The other issue when I'm given an appointment, reading permanent and pensionable, there is a way how it also suppresses my thinking. I submit.
Permanent and pensionable. It's a beautiful thing to hear. Before I go there, Dr. Miro, do you want to add something? Somebody bring a microphone here. As you are bringing the microphone, let me also recognize the arrival of the Assistant Commissioner in charge of Agriculture Extension Services. She should have been here earlier to let us know how she's coordinating all these other extension officers out, public and private. Mama Jennifer, you're welcome. Joseph Okay, you're welcome. Those are from extension services. Yes, Professor Miro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate our colleague from the chair industry and also our moderator for refocusing us on this matter because it's part of our theme, making extension count, making it visible, making us respected, as he said, indispensable. So it's a really good challenge, and I cannot pause to have all the responses, but I think two things is that from the area of teaching and research where we are, we encourage our students to generate ideas for extension and or any other field that supports agriculture based on what's actually happening. So the other thing we do also as universities, particularly Makerere University, is also to offer students opportunities for internship. One, to get skilled and acquainted with what they should do in the field. That feedback certainly comes into reports, which reports sometimes I must say, we can look into and generate more work to do research on and to do projects. The other thing that as universities we do is that we do research and outreach projects to solve problems faced by extension workers or faced by farmers. But even these days we are thinking about the whole value chain. But I must confess, and I think Professor Kaya will also agree with me, that as universities, we do not have a full-time budget and mandate to keep doing the good things we contribute to for a long while. So there have been many projects where we initiate some good practices or some good technologies or some good processes that improve extension only for the time the project lasts. Once the project dies, somehow our efforts do not continue. We are supposed to work with people on the ground, which sometimes we do. For example, I would partner with the Kagadi DPMO and say, we start a project together, say, on plant clinics. I'm just giving it as an example, though we do a lot of work in that regard. So again, based on the funding we have and the opportunity we have, so sometimes we do things together and they require some money. Now, once that money dies, even the DPMO, as much as they've appreciated, may not have the opportunity to carry on. So my submission is two-way, is that as universities, we are ready to think with actors like you in terms of improving what we do. We will have also to think together how we raise money to make it last longer so that we have impact. But I like your challenge also, that yes, sometimes I think we can also sit and imagine what's happening, but we need to do more in engaging with you, and that's why we're here. The things that you're going to share, the new ways of doing extension, linking to markets, ensuring food safety, but also ways in which we can make sure that we are respected in extension. We're going to pick those. Some of them go teach our students. Some of them do research. Some of them, in fact, for me, I want to get more friends to write projects with so that we do greater work with you. Sorry for my long answer, but that's what I can say.
I know Professor Kaya wants to add some more.
Just a little. We have also held a number of short courses, refresher courses for extension workers. And I remember very well, I think that was 2019. And then, we had over 300 extension officers trained in areas of post-harvest, in areas of integrated pest management, soil fertility, etc. So I think we are really contributing a lot to this section. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There is somebody who wants to die. He says it's hot, and I enjoy this. Please come on board.
Yes. Yeah, this is something just in addition to what we do in academia.
Yes.
I'm Robert Mulebeke from Chambogo University. There are small strides that are done through academia. Many times they may not be countrywide, but they move to some level. One of them is now the engagement of universities at the time of curriculum development and very soon into curriculum delivery. Because when we work at the time of curriculum stakeholder meetings where we bring in people in the industry to give us the key issues that need to be in the training. But during that session also we pick on some experts out there who come and engage with the students when they're still at the university. That gives us a belief that we shall be able to produce students or graduates who are fitting into the needs of the units where they are going. That's one of the issues. Then the other one, like I said, we have small engagements. Collaboration is key. Currently, I think since 2017, we've been running an extension, an improvement of competencies in extension workers with our colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture of Hungary. Small numbers, 20 per intake, 7 weeks of training, but the 7 weeks are both you're at work.
That change that you want to go back home with today?
Thank you very much, Madam Kon. My name is Gimbo Nur. I'm from Butaleja district.
Welcome.
I came here expecting that when I'll be here, I'm going to learn more from different colleagues. As I'm a farmer, I'm the player at the ground. I'm going to share with them the experience I have and the challenges I meet. That's what I expected from here. The achievements, the challenges, I'm going to share with you. Thank you very much.
What do you want extension officers to do for you differently?
I want them to be coming at the ground so that they meet our challenges and achievements. That's what I want. But I came here dealing with the farm better for farmers. So I need more experience in that, because some farmers, even though they are doing, but they don't have enough experience. So I need some capacity building at the ground.
Thank you very much. I want farmers. Farmers. There's a farmer at the end. There, in green. Yes, Mama.
Thank you very much. I'm called Banis. I come from Bukadia. I work with a farmers organization, which is a women-led.
You're welcome.
One of the expectations I have is that this is my first time to attend the National Agriculture Extension Week, and I would really love to see, learn, and get to know more that takes place in such an event. The second expectation I have is, I have heard that we have academia, we have professors, we the farmers are here. I would really love to know how the academia is going to be integrated with the farmer's knowledge. And for example, as we talk of making books, to what extent is the farmer involved in adding knowledge to the books that academia are giving out to other people? Thank you so much.
Before you sit down, what did you want to see them do for you?
As a farmer, I expect the extension workers to come and work closely with the farmer down in the field, not to just sit in the offices and talk about the farmer, yet you don't know what the farmer is going through.
Is your farmers in groups? Are you people in groups?
Yes, we are in a cooperative.
Have you made any effort to invite any extension workers to visit you?
Yes, we work with the local government. We always invite the district production office to come and talk to our farmers.
Do they come?
Yes, but you have to facilitate them to come.
It is okay. Facilitation is not a problem.
So without that, these people will not visit the farmer. They will sit until you tell them, I have facilitation for you, come and talk to my farmers.
But they come and talk.
Yes.
That's the most important bit. So if it is facilitation, we are in a farmer group. You know, she has brought in another aspect, that the extension workers need facilitation to go to their farms. For me, I see small things in my place there. Each time you call a vet, my animal is sick. If you don't pay for it, they will not treat the animal, isn't it? I don't know about other places. If I call the extension worker to come and see my farm, what is wrong with putting some fuel in his motorcycle? Why should that facilitation be so much of a problem? I'm not encouraging that. But I'm just asking. If I can do that for a vet, why can't I do it for a crop person? We are 200, we are 20, we are 30 people. We are asking this gentleman, this lady to come and build our capacity. Instead, we want him to come and he pays us for building your capacity. Supposing we call this gentleman, we are 30. Why can't everybody put in 500, 1,000, 2,000 to learn something that we can continue using for a longer time? What is it in our heads? When we are talking of extension farmers, extension workers, we think government. I'm going to ask everybody here, who is the government? Who is the government? Because every day is a government do it for me. Government do it for me. Who is the government? Let everybody give me an answer. I remember those days, a government for the people, what the people, what the people, the people. You tell me, who is the government? Let's start from here. You tell me, who is the government? Lady in orange top. Do you know a government?
Yes.
Tell me, who is the government?
I know a government. It is us.
What is
all of us? We are government.
Mm-hmm. All of us are government. Yes. I'm not satisfied. Give him to tell me who the government is. Who is the government?
As I know, government is me and you.
Government is me and you.
Yeah.
Two of us are government. I'm not yet satisfied. I want to know, who is the government? Somebody give me an answer. Who is the government? There. Let him tell me who the government is. The gentleman in white t-shirt. Please get up and they give you a microphone. Here. Yes, give him a microphone. National Farmers Leadership Center. Tell me.
Thank you, moderator. To me, government is me and you, but those ones in authority. Thank you.
It is me and him, but those ones in authority. Is it me and you in authority, or who is in authority now? Yes. Mama, tell me, who is the government?
To me, the government is those people who sit in those offices where they make policies from. Because
those people?
The ones who make policies, the MPs, those ones, the commissioners and so on. Because if we say me and you,
yes,
why is it that there are some things that I would need to be done for me, but they cannot be done?
Yes.
Am I really the government?
Thank you. Are you hearing? That's why I want people to tell me, who is the government? Somebody is there telling me. Who is the government? Tell me.
Yes, I believe a government is a group of people that have authority, that set rules and strategies in a country.
Who are those group of people?
The group of people that have power, that have authority, and the group of people is us.
Do you think us sitting here we have power? Do we have authority? Do you think us sitting here we can be part of the government?
I believe it's a certain cluster, not everyone.
Or some people here are government, others are not government?
Yes.
I like that. Oh. My question is now, who is the government? Let's continue. There's another response there. This is very interesting. Please give them to tell us who the government is.
Thank you very much. I think a government is all of us at different levels and different capacities.
Okay, there's another hand inside there giving us another response. I'm beginning to like this one even better.
Thank you very much. These are not my words. They are different authors. The first author said, a government precisely is a ruling body of a country. That is one. Then another one said, it's a group of people who are being governed. As simple as that. Those are not my words.
So how about your words? What do you say? You, what do you say?
I also so much go by those people, but the first who said that a ruling body of a country could be more clearer than others. Thank you.
So we mean there are some people here who are government? Yes. There are some people here who are government. Others are not government. Can I know the ones who are government from here? Are you one of them? You are a government. Please give him the microphone. That is the government. He is the government. Please stand up and explain to us. Who are you as a government?
One, I consider myself a government because I am able to generate ideas that are forwarded. Remember I said at different levels and different capacities. I can generate an idea, give to my LOC1, the LOC1 forwards it to LOC3, it goes to LOC5, goes to the MP and to Parliament. So I'm a government myself.
Thank you very much. I love this discussion which is continuing. As we continue, allow me to recognize the arrival of Dr. Patience Ramegisa. He's also one of the extension workers, one of the assistant commissioners in the Extension Directorate. Now we have two of them. We have been told those are the government. And since the government is beginning to be here, they will tell us. The government will be able to tell us what they are, defined to us, because people here are not completely sure. Others say they are government, others say they are not government. And they say those people in authority. So they will let us know when the time comes. Do we have more farmers? Now I want to move to another category of people. Mama Beatrice, you know, when the Directorate of Extension started, you started it. It was not me. We were under you. You were the brain behind that, and you told us something. You said that was supposed to be single spine. Single spine, you were also explaining to us, and you said public, private, everybody move together, and you headed that. That was when you were there. Then you walked out. Please, can you share with us? You initiated it. What do you see now, what you initiated? How is it moving? Or how was it started? What is out there? And what do you see inside that place which you left? Is it the government? Okay, extension. But also tell us who is the government and how should government work? Are you part of the government? Please give Mama microphone.
Thank you, Connie. I think those are two questions. The first one about the single spine, extension service delivery. This was about the government policy which said that both public and non-state actors can contribute to extension and advisory services along the value chain. And looking at all enterprises or commodities and all other themes, whether it's irrigation, mechanization, ecological conservation, value addition, all those things who are there. And it started well, it had very good will from all actors. And actors, that means the government or the state, and development partners, private sector, and the beneficiaries. And we started very well. But along the way, I now hear that things, or maybe the steam has gone down and services are a little bit limping. And when I ask why, they say that it's mainly the resources. The resources are inadequate. The resources at the ministry level are inadequate. At the local government level, they are inadequate. I think the budgets have gone down, and we are no longer vibrant as we used to be. So there is a need to leverage on the non-state actors. I think that is one of the purposes why we are here, to talk about the challenges, as the madam from Butareja talked about. The public extension workers are not reaching adequately or maybe in time because they need facilitation. So maybe the private sector can come in. But also, as you guided, maybe the farmers should not look at themselves only as beneficiaries. They should participate in such a way that they can facilitate in little to enable the extension workers reach them. But our development partners, I would call upon you to also come in and reduce the gap. The ratio of extension to farmers, when I left, it was at 1 extension worker to 1,500. But I know that they recruited some more. When I left, the public extension workers were 3,800. I know that they are now more than 4,000. So in numbers, they have increased a bit. But in logistical terms, I think it has reduced, and that hinders their mobility and timely service provision. So that is what I'm hearing. So government, you all gave correct answers. They are all correct. When we add them together, they are all correct. We can say that it is the state, the people in offices, as someone said, who make policies, but also the implementers of those policies, both public and private. We work together. And also the beneficiaries who benefit from those policies and services. We all work as a team to enable our state to develop, to enable our economies to develop, to enable our households to develop. When households are developed and they are doing well, they say, government has provided services, isn't it? When our economy improves, they say that government is developing, or the nation is developing. When we increase training institutions and we graduate very many professionals, we know that the human resource is developing to provide services, so our government is giving us services, it is developing. So it is all encompassing. When our administrators are doing very well, when our security organs are giving us peace, all that is government. So all of you are correct. It is the people in the offices, the people that are helping, are helping us to implement those decisions of the policymakers, but even us as beneficiaries when we use them to our benefit. Thank you very much.
Have you heard that? If I were you, I would clap. Asante sana. She says the government is the state, and the government is you, and the government is all of us, because you all play a role in everything that the government does, isn't it? So let us see how much. But now let's see. Is Sasakawa here? No. Agra?
Sasakawa is there, madam.
Where? Sasakawa, where are you? Sasakawa, do you have response? I want another Sasakawa. Kea, are you here? Kea International. Give Kea the microphone. You're an international body. You've been working with us. You also choose where you want to go and work. Tell us how you've been working with that government which you are supposed to be part of. How can we strengthen it and make it better than what it is now?
Yes, thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name is Sarah Royce Singwire. I work with CARE as an agribusiness coordinator. We are members of WUFAS, and we feel we have a contribution to make to government and to our nation. And how we have done it, we believe that a robust extension service delivery must look at some key components. First of all, the gender transformative issues, climate resilient aspects. We consider the nutrition sensitivity. And to us, we believe that by using gender transformative approaches, we can contribute, and we have contributed by working with the governments, especially in the districts of Rubirizi, Chenjojo, all the districts in the central and the north. And in these districts, especially in the regions, west, central, east, and the north, we have piloted a model called Farmer Field Business School. And this model looks at key components which we believe they contribute to the transformation of our country. And the components, they look at gender, they look at nutrition. The extension service considers the natural resources, looking at the climate resilience, and we also look at the market, facilitating the processes to make sure that the farmers have products to put on market. So we work with the districts. We believe the districts where we are supporting and piloting that model are here. Rubirizi, led by the Chief Administrative Officer, and some of the farmers are here. Those are the coffee communities where we are piloting that model. We have Chenjojo. I think the administration is here.
Our chief guest has arrived.
Thank you, thank you.
So we'll continue. Everybody, let's stand up. You're welcome, Honorable. Most welcome indeed. Can come from here. Most welcome. Arriving here is Honorable Bright Ramirama, our Minister of State for Animal Industry in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Please remain standing as we'll quickly get onto our program. We'll start off with the national anthems. Are you ready for us? Uganda, then East Africa. DJ? Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee, we lay a future in thy hands. United, free for liberty unity together we'll always stand. E Mungu taomba utulinde, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuweze muishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu, nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Professor, can you pray for us? Dr. Miro.
Lord, we thank you very much. Let's have ourselves for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you very much for today. We thank you very much for our visitors. We pray that you be amidst us the whole day and for the next days, so that we can achieve and build for our country, Uganda. We pray this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Let us sit down. Thank you very much. Doctor, you have a copy of the program? Thank you very much. Honorable, we appreciate you finding time to be with us today. Thank you so much. This is the 5th National Agriculture Extension Week, 2024. Quickly, I'll go through our program and we get to know what's happening. I believe by now we've all had our break tea and the rest. And Honorable, I hope you've had time to look through the exhibition. We have some few exhibitors around here. Thank you. We are finished with our prayers, the anthems, and we are going to have the chairperson of UFAS give us a welcome remark before we listen to a brief overview of the Extension Week, the highlights from the regions, and this will be given to us by none other than Beatrice Ruzobe. We shall also hear from partners, GIZ and CARE, representing all the others. Before we move to listen to the overview of the National Agriculture Extension System, and I believe Jennifer, Dr. Patience are here to give us the presentation. Then the keynote address on making agriculture extension count for robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food system. This will be given to us by none other than Dr. Lillian Lihasi, the Program Director of AFAS. We'll also quickly, after that, we'll launch 2 activities. We are going to launch the OFA Strategic Plan 2024 to 2028, and then we'll also launch the Uganda OFAS Agra project. So these are 2 projects going to be launched here today as you're here, Your Honorable. After that, then we shall listen to speeches coming from the Executive Director of AFAS, and this is none other than our own, Dr. Salim Nadi. And then we'll also hear from our patron of AFAS, of UFAS, who will then invite the guest of honor to give us the speech before we take our beautiful pictures, and then we'll have lunch and come back in the afternoon. And in the afternoon, I'll let you know what to do thereafter. Are we good to go? Are we good to go? Yes. Beautiful. Without much ado, we've had a number of discussions already, so Allow me to quickly bring on board Chairperson of us to give us a welcome remark. Who is going to do that? Oh, thank you very much. This is none other than our own Dr. Miro. You're welcome, Professor. That was not a good clap. Did we agree on that? Let us do better than that. You know, when you are in primary school and they teach you things, we are going to do better than that thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our honorable guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Lieutenant Colonel, retired Bright Ramirama, a Minister of State for Animal Industry in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Executive Director of the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, Dr. Salim Nadi, the Board and Management of the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, development partners here present, MAIF and MDA partners here present, academia and research, district local government representatives, non-state actors, farmers and farmers organizations, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this Uganda National Agricultural Extension Week 2024. My name is Dr. Richard Miro. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. Our guest of honor, I stand here on behalf of our Chairperson, Madame Adeline Muhewa, who sends her warmest regards to each of us that are here. She had an engagement outside of the country, but has been really part and parcel of the preparations and the design of this event almost up to now, virtually. Our guest of honor, it's a great pleasure to welcome you, sir, to this Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week 2024. This event, it is organized by UFAS, also in partnership with the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, as well as key partners, and it's built around a very important theme, sir, which is making extension count, or making extension visible, indispensable, as one of us has said, for a robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food system here in Uganda. The Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, UFAS, has been steadfast in bringing together diverse actors involved in agriculture extension and advisory services across the country. Since it started in May 2011, UFAS has fostered an effective, efficient, and innovative AES system through advocacy, capacity development, information sharing, and promote to launch UFAS's new 5-year strategic plan 2024 to 2028. This strategic direction positions UFAS as an innovative, pluralistic, and inclusive platform for all agriculture extension and advisory service providers in the country. We want to foster collaboration with over 2,000 other AES stakeholders, and together we want to impact up to 1 million beneficiaries, particularly farmers and all other value chain actors. Our strategic focus is in 5 areas, and I'll mention them real quickly. One, as UFAS, we want to contribute to institutional and membership development, meaning you, colleagues that are here, and the institutions within which we serve our country. We also want to foster communication, knowledge exchange and management, as well as digitalization. That means that all extension information that farmers and value chain actors work with must be well managed, must be well exchanged among us as we serve our country. We want to promote professionalism in extension provision, so that we do it in such a way that is dignified, but also makes a change among people that we serve. We want to to contribute to resilience and to inclusive agriculture. As you know, we live in a world of many shocks in terms of climate change, in terms of economic shocks. We want to contribute to farmers and value chain actors who can withstand and cope with these shocks. Finally, in the strategic focus, we want to contribute to private sector-driven agriculture extension service provision together with the public extension support structure. So to support UFAS's mandate and to ensure sustainability, the forum has developed an innovative business model to support its growing resource envelope. This event is therefore a great opportunity to unify all of us here as stakeholders towards this vision. Our honorable chief guests and distinguished guests, this Uganda National Extension Week has brought over 200 participants, including those who have engaged in pre-events. We have a regional presence all over the country. And so those have also joined us here, and we had several events which our CEO will talk about. And we represent people from many ministries, departments, agencies, including the parliament, local government, development partners, academia, researchers, private sector. We believe in the whole innovation of value chain set of actors working together with that common vision. With this representation, we are creating a platform for diverse voices, diverse insights and innovations to strengthen effective, efficient, and inclusive agriculture extension delivery. Together, we are working towards Ugandan Vision 2040, which hopes and envisions a middle-income economy, and also that is building on the agro-industrialization strategy as well as the parish development model strategy. Active participation therefore invited. The recommendations from our discussions will shape a communique that will guide UFAS and all of us in this room to work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry and Fisheries to take extension forward. Allow me therefore to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for your presence, your great contribution, sir, in this ministry and sector, but also to promise you, sir, that UFAS, as a membership organization of Honorable Minister and also the government of Uganda, to make sure that Uganda achieves its vision with all of us in this room and many that we represent, supporting by contributing our experience, our expertise to this vision. I therefore wish you all a fruitful set of discussions and event. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Thank you very much, Honorable. Our participants are from across all the other sectors. We have the MDAs, we have local government, we have universities and other academia. They are all present. Mountains of the Moon, Chambogo, Makerere University, among others. We have farmers from as far as West Nile, Bokedia, and all the others are here. They have come in for this particular activity. The non-state actors, the civil society, the development partners, they have made this team. It's supposed to be a 3-day activity. It started yesterday, sir. Allow me, without much ado, to welcome none other than Beatrice to come and give us an overview. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Minister, the Executive Director, AFAS, the commissioner from the ministry, the chairperson, UFAS, and all of us, protocol observed. You are all welcome, and do we see that? Okay, so I'm supposed to just give an overview. I'm happy that that the chairperson actually did a lot to present, to say something on the, actually I think, I'm wondering whether I should even go into that, but just I'll tell you, go down. I'll just be doing like this. I'll just explain, Honorable Minister, that Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, we are part of the broader network of extension. Right from the global level, we have the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services, and then we come down to the continental level, and we have AFAS, it has been introduced, and then for us we come down as a country chapter. We are just one of the country chapters. The rest are in other countries, and we are happy to have one here from Madagascar. They came to be with us, and what we are doing also, we have what we are calling regional hubs with a different, from the different regions. So that is the broader. Okay. That's the broader perspective. I just want to go down to the extension week because the chairperson actually said a lot, all that he said, what we do and the people we cover. So let's reach the extension week. Okay. Or that the vice chairperson, okay. Okay, an overview of the extension week. Since WUFAS's inception, we've been organizing extension event. We started all the way since 2013 when we were organizing one-day conferences. And then we went to the extension symposia. There would be 2 days. And then we moved to the extension week. We actually started with the All Africa Extension Week. As Uganda, we organized the All Africa Extension Week. In 2021, it was Nimunyonyo. And we're very grateful that the ministry put in a lot into that extension week as a hosting country. And then last year, we had the National Agriculture Extension Week once again, which was at Kabira, and many people attended, and hence we are here with the National Agriculture Extension Week 2024. And the purpose of this extension week, it brings out the value and also contribute to the holistic agriculture extension advisory services in building the actors' resilience and also competitiveness for agriculture development and national economy. I think you need to be fast. The objectives of this we have is to deliberate on the critical issues that enable agriculture extension align with and support the dynamic market-oriented agriculture sector, promoting innovative practices that strengthen resilience and inclusiveness in different value chains, underscoring the crucial role of AES in addressing issues concerning food safety and agro-export trade, also deliberating on the role of private sector agriculture extension in enhancing efficiency and coverage and sustainability of AES, and also to showcase the digital technologies which improve on the women's, get me my computer. On the women and youth. My computer. And then the theme of this year is making extension count for resilient, robust, and competitive agri-food systems. And then we have 5 sub-themes. That is valuable extension, AES or extension services within a dynamic market-oriented and agriculture sector, resilience and inclusivity along the value chain, challenges of food safety and agro-trade, and we are saying what is the role of agriculture extension. And then another is the private sector agriculture extension, and then women and youth in agriculture within an emerging technological advancement. This extension week summary, this is just a summary. We started yesterday. Yesterday we had a workshop. It's an experience sharing. We have a project within 5 districts, and we had 60 of our staff and partners we are working with in the districts. They converged here and we shared experiences on what is going on down there in the agriculture extension with agroecology. Then today we have the official opening, which is happening right now. And then we have we also have sub-theme presentations and discussions, parallel workshop focusing on the sub-themes. Each of those sub-themes is going to be focused on, unpacked and discussed. We also have, so in this we have papers presented and also case stories presented. In extension, we are so interested in case stories because that is what actually happens down there and what actually speaks to the extension workers and the farmers. And then we also have panel discussion. For each of them, we want to harvest issues, even policy issues, we want to harvest what is happening there and what are the recommendations. Then we'll have side events by partners. There are 5 partners who are going to have side events. Then we also, on Thursday, we have field visits. We are going to 5 field visits, and they are related to what we are going to discuss. For example, we have a private sector, which we are going to visit. That is Grain Pulse. We are going to visit a farm, a center, which is skills youth. In Nigeria, we are going to visit the Narrow Kawanda, because we always want the extension workers to connect with research. We are also going to visit, the service is going to be in Buyikwe. We are going to look at what is being done in the project we saw yesterday in Buyikwe. And then, of course, we have the official closing on Friday and the WUFA's annual general meeting. And we are welcoming everybody who is here to join us in the agriculture, in our annual general meeting. The participation, over 400 actors and stakeholders were mobilized who have attended the virtual and physical online sessions at regional level and also at the national level. At regional level, we had pre-events, pre-workshops with the agriculture extension actors from 1st to 18th October. There was one in Yombe for the West Nile region. There was one in Lila for Lango, Acholi, and Northern Kalamoja. There was one in Kamenya Amigo for the Greater Masaka, another in Mukono for Greater Mukono, and then there was one in Mbale, which was for the Eastern region, all the way from Busoga region to Soroti. Lastly, but not least, sorry for that, we want to thank GIZ, Mozadi, and another organization called AYUDA. They heavily and very, very, passionately supported those regional events. We want to thank GIFRAS and AFAS, our mother organizations. We want to thank CARE. CARE this time came in very, very, very strongly. Remember last year it was Feed the Future, but this time it was CARE International. And then we have Sasakawa, Chirimo Trust, SNV and Pelham. We want also to thank the staff and the champions and also the other members who came in. I just have a great call. We are calling upon all of the organizations here. We are calling upon even the ministry and everybody to plan and budget and support this national event. We want to join us tomorrow. There's a culture gala. Sorry, the programs have delayed a bit, but they are coming. We have a national culture gala tomorrow evening. You are all welcome. We are inviting everybody to join us. Join UFAS as a member, either as an individual or organization. And we are also, as I've already said, inviting you for the thing. Maybe they'll talk about it, that we also, next year, I think AFAS will talk about it. Next year, we have the 7th All Africa Extension Week. But I'm sure my bosses will talk more about it. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Asante sana. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. Our chief guest doesn't have much time. He wants to leave. But allow me to invite our guest speaker, none other than Dr. Lillian. Let's listen to her at least before the chief guest comes on board. Mama, you're welcome. Beautiful. I like this class, so I love it. Good learners, and you learn fast. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Indeed, this is a great class. Congratulations, you've done well. Honorable Minister and all protocols observed. Good morning, or is it good afternoon yet? It's a pleasure to see you and to have you here. Are you able to see me, or I'm lost under this table? Okay. It is a pleasure to be here for this Extension Week in Uganda. Uganda being one of the country fora in AFAS, we are always proud to associate ourselves with Uganda and even to be here for this session. As that has already been said, we are talking about extension service provision and how we can make it stand. So we are talking about making agriculture extension count for robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food systems. And it's a pride to see the extension specialists within us here who are going to deliberate and to discuss to make extension count in Uganda. We are also proud to have our team from Madagascar who have come all the way just to learn and share their experiences during this time. Aren't we blessed? So, for an introduction, we are all aware about the landscape of agriculture in Uganda. We are all aware that agriculture plays a critical role in the Ugandan economy, in food security, and ensuring livelihoods. Generally, from literature, it says it contributes to about 23% of agriculture of GDP in Uganda. Is it in Uganda? it is contributing to the country's food. And it's also a significant source of export production, with coffee, tea, and fish being key to export. When I came in on Sunday, there was a march which was being talked about, merger, and I would see a lot of coffee, and I got a bit worried as I came in. But that's why we are here, to prove ourselves that we can make the agriculture sector robust, even at a time as this. Generally, we know that the Ugandan agricultural landscape is rich in resources, and it has potential. Coincidentally, it is also challenged, especially noting that most of our farmers are smallholders. And many of them, you find they are being challenged when we talk about inputs. They are challenged when we talk about resources. And this becomes a challenge when we think about the potential of the agriculture sector in Uganda. But that's why we are here as extension experts. Because through extension, Uganda can create a more robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food system that is capable to withstand the current emerging issues. When we are talking about the soil deteriorating, we are talking about the issues of climate change. We are the solution, and that's why we are here today, to bring this change and ensure the robust and competitive agriculture sector in Uganda. And that's why I say, this theme could not have come at a better time than this. How are we going to make this sector robust? Especially when we are looking at the season that we are in at such a time as this. As an extension service provider, this is our season and this is our time. We can prove ourselves, and this will depend on what will come up out of this. We have opportunity at such a time as this. When I look back to the African Fertilizer Summit that was held in Uganda, in Kenya at the beginning of June, key was extension service. There was the action plan that has been developed. But when you're looking at this, the limiting to this was said to be extension. How can we arise to this opportunity and take over to prove ourselves at a time as this? We are talking about deteriorating soils. We are talking about the issues of climate change. It is only extension services that are able to bring change at a time as this. When we think about pathways to supportive transformation of our food system, I remember when we started talking about food system transformation, the UN Food System Summit, global people sat to discuss on ways that are able to ensure holistic transformation that will be able to create change, solutions, and some of the ways we can accelerate scaling of the initiatives that are existing. And 5 action track areas were identified. Among these was to ensure access to safe and nutritious food for all. Action track number 2 was to shift to sustainable consumption patterns, the foods that we eat. Many of us like eating the food that we think is best for us. And among us, the GNZs, have developed another way of eating, and we'll go for pizza. We want ready to eat. We want everything at a flick of button. But now, how are you going to ensure sustainability? How are you going to look at shift to sustainable consumption patterns? Boosting nature-based or nature-positive production at sufficient scale. We have been talking about nature-based solution. We have been talking about agroecological transition. How are we going to shift and ensure it is sufficiently scaling? It is all about us as extension by creating a robust, competitive, and resilient agriculture sector. Action track number 4 was about advancing equitable livelihoods. Our colleague from CARE talked about gender-sensitive or gender approaches. How are we going to ensure that we are advancing equitable livelihoods. As we look about livelihoods, focusing on all gender, focusing on those that have been left behind, so that we are all moving together to ensure transformative food system. We also talk about building resilience to vulnerabilities of shocks and stress. And we find all these, it falls under the National Development Plan in Uganda. When we were in the process of developing the National Agriculture Investment Plan, I was privileged to be part and parcel of the team that was developing the National Agriculture Investment Plan for Uganda under the African Union Commission. And key to this was to ensure resilience. We ensure sustainable livelihoods. We ensure competitiveness. And we find at this moment, countries have been taking bold steps to modernize the agriculture sector. And this they are doing through the agriculture extension and advisory services. We have a role to play when we talk about our agriculture sector. A well-functioning agriculture extension service is important because it will be able to support our farmers to adopt to best practices. We have been talking about documenting best practices. Once we document this, it will be easier for one to refer and we are able to adopt. Building resilience and adapting to changes. Currently, we know the world is changing so fast. We have to build the resilience of our farmers. And it is upon us as extension advisory service providers to ensure that they are able to adapt to these changes that are taking place. How are we going to make them more competitive? This is one thing that we should be thinking about as we meet here to discuss. And more than that, fostering innovation and technology adoption. As we go through this, we realize we are the key people when we talk about food systems transformation. In Uganda, Agriculture Extension and Advisory Service has continued to evolve and adapt to new challenges and opportunities. At least we have said there are many challenges, and within the challenges we have opportunities. But one thing about Uganda, we have continued to evolve as we adapt to this. And one thing we know, as we advance extension services in Uganda, we will be able to support smallholder farmers to achieve more productive, resilient, and sustainable farming systems. And that is the focus, and that is the theme, and that's why we are here. And we are here to bring a change. As I always say, it hurts me when I meet our people, we discuss, and we remain the same. But I want us to promise, at the end of these 3 or 4 days, we will be the change that Uganda wants. We will be the change that the continent wants. We will be the change that the globe wants. Therefore, I like learning from the lessons that have passed. So let us look at the evolution of the Agriculture Extension Service in Uganda. We find that Uganda, the Agriculture Extension Service has been evolving from the colonial and early years. Currently, it has moved to participatory approaches and farmer-centered models. At the colonial time and the early post-independence period, that was between 1950 and 1980s, we found that extension service was mainly focusing on cash crop production for export. At that time, extension service was more of top-down. Receive information from the research. Here I am as the extensionist, passed down to the farmer, who had nothing to do but just adopt what we are saying. When we came to the post-independence period, we find that despite continuing with the focus on cash crop production, the government of Uganda was able to introduce food crop farming and even livestock. And when we came to the 1970s and 1980s, we find that the political instability affected the extension service provision. But that was not an end. We thank God for the World Bank, who came in 1992 and came in with the training and visit. This was supported by World Bank, and we find that this model provided a structured, regular interaction between extension agent and farmers. Funds were available. In Kenya, at such a time we say, that is the season extension was extension, because there was money. And for us extensionists, we work well where there is funds, isn't it? And that time when you're talking about T&V, you find that the farmer training centers were now booming, and farmers could come and learn and go out to train others and implement. But come to early 2000, T&V was discontinued. It was not sustainable. The costs were high. But we did not remain there as Uganda. We continued to adapt to the challenges and evolve. And there, the National Agricultural Advisory Services, NADS, was able to take over. I always respect my ED. Where is he going to? My ED is there. ED, I think, was the founder of NADS. And even up to now, sometimes you'll get into a meeting and says, I'm Dr. Slim from NADS. Then I burst laughing, because I think he was so passionate about NADS. And you find there, we brought in the system of shifting towards demand-driven, and we were empowering farmers to demand that which they desired. We also had private sector participation. However, we say their presence in the rural areas was not that much. And this became a challenge beside the cost of this system. And therefore, we had to evolve to the next stage. The next stage was focused on public-private partnerships. And that was in 2014 to the present. When I came to meet my ED the first time, I used to call him public-private partnerships. There's no way you would meet, within 10 minutes he'll be talking about private sector engagement with their business models, and later he became business model. ED, you know I'll respect you. Yes, and he talks about partnerships, and that's where we are focusing on. As we were discussing, we continue talking about partnerships and how we're going to engage private-public partnerships. And we find Uganda has emphasized on these over the years, but there is the difference between emphasis and implementation. How are we going to ensure that this is implemented so that we have a robust and competitive system that will ensure agri-food system? Farm organizations, cooperatives are playing a key role as we continue to interact. But how much are we going to make this practical? As we are continuing over the years, we find digitalization is now here with us. And we are talking about the use of mobile apps. We are talking about use of digital solutions. And currently, we find organizations like Emo Mulisa and Agritech Uganda who have developed mobile platforms that are able to connect farmers with information and services. UFAS has not been left behind. With the project with AFAS, there was a project on digital connectors where they were able to empower some young youth digital connectors to provide advisory service. As we'll be going through the booths, I'm sure we'll be able to meet the digital connectors from Uganda and from Kenya, who will be telling us how this process has enabled them to provide agriculture extension and advisory service, which is making it attractive to the youth. Leave that alone. Currently, AFAS, together with Reforum, are looking at ways how we can empower the young people into agriculture extension and advisory services. And we are working closely, leveraging on what Emo Mulisa and AgriNet are doing to ensure that we are empowering young people to provide agriculture extension and advisory service, and at the same time, create job and wealth among the youth. In the current situation, what we are saying, Uganda is focusing on decentralized and pluralistic extension system. How are we going to bring all partners together so that we are walking and talking the same language to minimize duplication and to ensure that we minimize fatigue amongst our farmers? We are talking about the challenges that we're experiencing. As we desire to move ahead as extension services, resources have been limiting. And because of these limiting resources, we do not have adequate extension staff. And as we find, as it was said by many, the ratio of extension staff to the farmer is now wanting. So we find that service delivery cannot be as expected because of the challenges that we are having now. Uganda is currently giving emphasis on market-oriented production, value chain development, and climate-smart practices, which are key to ensuring resilience in agriculture extension and advisory services and in the agriculture sector as a whole. Generally, Uganda has not been left behind. We are shifting towards farmer-centric approaches. Currently, the norm is talking about participatory approaches. We are talking about farmer-led agriculture extension services. We are talking about encouraging farmers to co-create knowledge and learn so that adoption can be faster than we used to do when we were thinking about the top-down system of agriculture extension. And we have gone ahead to leverage on ICT and digital tools to ensure that we enhance agriculture extension services. This does not go without challenges. The high farmer to extension worker ratio, just as I've mentioned, which has limited the quality of extension service and has also limited the reach. As a team, while we are here, what is the solution? Even as we think about this, how are we going to ensure that knowledge is getting to the last mile despite the challenges that we have? We're also talking about the generic extension content. The content that we have, most of us, we find that we were trained in the early days. And the content that we had is what we are using over time. How are we going to improve on this? Yes. We are also having fragmentation in the coordination. When we talk about holistic extension service, the coordination, how do you connect to ensure that we don't duplicate, to ensure we don't cause crisis on the ground? And we have the climate change and diseases. So, what is being done now? What should we do? Strengthen digital technology, enhance partnerships between government and private sector, improve resource allocation to increase the turnover of extension agents, and also encourage more farmer-led participatory extension methods. As we get there, we realize that there has been low participation of private sector, even as we talk about public-private partnership. And this has mainly been due to the enabling environment that has not encouraged private sector investment. Debates on private sector, public-private sector extension advisory service says this is a way to increase production. But how are we going to enhance this? We must promote public-private sector partnerships. To end, I'm just giving us an example of one of the public-private partnership project that is coming up. The project that is just going to be launched now. I realized that we cannot launch a project without understanding what it's all about. I have cleared my keynote, but I talk about this project that is coming, the AGRA project. AGRA has been using village-based advisor model to enhance extension and advisory service. And how is this done? They are building capacity of lead farmers and also building capacity of entrepreneurs so that they are able to provide services to an extension service. However, this model has been very successful, but when we are talking about private sector engagement, this has been limited because of the enabling environment. And for this reason, you find that AGRA is investing in a project that shall be implemented in Uganda among other 5 countries under AFAS to be able to ensure that we are leveraging public-private partnerships to enhance extension and advisory service provision and providing an enabling environment for the government to provide an enabling environment for investment by the private sector. So this afternoon, or soon after this project will be launched, which aims to ensure sustainable and exclusive models to last mile of agri-food system extension services and inputs to tackle systemic constraints, hampering smallholder farmers from and reducing their yield gaps, climate risk, creating work and wealth within the agriculture sector. So this afternoon, or just after this project will be launched, and it will involve all of us. So it is important that we are all here to discuss about this, because it will be able to ensure we are enhancing digitalization, we are enhancing public-private partnership, and we are also, the government is also providing an enabling environment for public-private partnerships to enhance agricultural extension and advisory services. So what is the innovation in this project that is being launched? Digital platforms will be able to use the village-based advisors and the lead farmers to enhance extension service, and we will ensure there is data-driven advisory services, and we will use the country fora as a multi-stakeholder platform to enhance extension and advisory services. I thank you all as I look forward to all of us engaging into this agro project to be able to ensure a robust food system in Uganda. Thank you.
Asante sana. I know she deserves better. Yongeza tena. Thousands of apology, Mama, for the pressure that I put on you. But allow me, I'm not going to go through discussing anything here. Let me invite Mama Beatrice. Please, you have less than a minute, and then you let the director have also about a minute, and then he invites the minister. Thank you, good students. Meanwhile, I need Grace Musimami. Grace Musimami, wherever you are, come and see me now.
Thank you, Lillian, for that brilliant presentation. I think I'm requesting that we get copies, soft and hard copies, so that you can go through it and internalize it. It is very brilliant. Our honorable guest of honor, Honorable Bright Ramirama, Minister of State for Animal Industry and Fisheries in the midst of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And my Muramu, those who know that language. And my neighbor at home, he comes from my district. He's my minister and also comes from my district, and I've known him for a long time. I want to thank you for finding time to come and grace this occasion. The Executive Director, AFAS, the commissioners, I see this local government teams led by the chief administrative officers, development partners, farmers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is still good morning. I think since the program has been reviewed, we can have time after the guest of honor to come back and talk and give and share our experiences. So I will not talk a lot, but our chief guest, just a small recap to say that agricultural transformation leans on some pillars, and they include academia, the training institutions. They train all these human resources that you are seeing here. And after government liberalized, there are several universities that are graduating very many powerful technical human resources that can transform our nation. There's no nation which can develop without human resource. It is you, the technical people, who have the brains, who have the skills to cause transformation. So we applaud our academic institutions, our training institutions for providing and doing that role very well. Then we have research and development. After being trained, knowledge, most of it maybe not very much hands-on. Then research also continuously produces the innovations, the technologies that we need as the world advances. So we thank the researchers who are here, but I want to let you know that only about 20% of the technologies and innovations that are produced, only 20% reach the farmers. That research was done by NARO about maybe 3-4 years ago. Maybe now it has improved, but by that time, most of the information, most of the knowledge and innovation, they remain in the research centers. But we need to pass them on to the beneficiaries. Then there is the extension and advisory services as a vehicle. That is the fourth pillar. As a vehicle to transfer this knowledge and skill to the end users. So there's a very big gap between research and extension. Most of the innovation, the technologies don't reach where they are supposed to be because extension is not transferring all of it because of the challenges that have been talked about, which I'm not going to elaborate. They are really known to all of us. But here, what the government has done, I thank you, Honorable Minister, that you have opened up and you have made extension and advisory services pluralistic. You are allowing the public to provide extension, and the public services alone, the extension to farmer ratio is 1 extension farmer to 1,500 households. They're recommended by UN, especially FAO, is 1 extension worker to 500 households or farmers. So we still have a very big gap. But we are leveraging on non-state actors, and that's why we are here. Most of us, if you said those who are not in public, can you put up your hands, those who are not public, and we see. The extension workers, advisory service providers that are not public, put up your hands. You clap for them because they have come to contribute to us. Then the other pillar is farmers and other value chain actors who receive this information and put it into action, and then we produce. Then, of course, the policy makers, whom you call the government, who make good policies that help us transform. Honorable Minister, I just want to recap a small bit. One of the programs or maybe policies and strategies that we had was zoning strategy. The zoning strategy was to enable us identify areas where the priority commodities, also we had zoning strategy and then the priority commodities, and working together would create rural industries around those commodities. We are not doing it very well. I think we need to review it so that we can create rural agro-industrialization and make industries in the rural areas. I know that the government is taking their electricity, they are taking water, they are opening up roads, so the environment is conducive for us to transform those rural areas through agro-industrialization. I want us to stay on that line. And the challenges have been mentioned. We know them, I will not repeat them. But we need to implement those policies which we make so that we can move forward. Most of our policies are not fully implemented. We also need to regulate, Honorable Minister, to regulate these services so that we can provide quality services. So I want to thank the ministry, I want to thank AFAS, I want to thank UFAS for organizing this grand event, and all the development partners that have contributed in one way or another, and the participants that have come from across the country, and those that have exhibited. We were hoping that we'd have time to see the exhibitions. You are going to miss, but they are great. You'd have heard also from our development partners what they are doing, but at another occasion, I think we shall see them. So with those few remarks, let me take the honor to invite you to give us your address and open our event officially. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You have yours.
The Executive Director, African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, the Chairperson, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, the Patron, Uganda Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, development partners present here, GIZ, IFAD, EU, FAO, among others, our dear guests from Madagascar, the private sector partners, the government officials here, the media houses, all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, I am happy and honored to be with you today to officiate at the launching of the National Agricultural Extension Week 2024. And with great humility, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services for organizing this important event consistently over the past 4 years, starting as a symposium, and also for giving me the privilege to officiate at this function. The event could not have come at a better place than at a better time than this, when agriculture extension nationally is in transition from previously public sector dominated system to a pluralist that is embracing a variety of approaches and methodologies. The theme of the event is making extension count for robust, resilient, competitive agri-food system. This theme is relevant in view of the manifest challenges confronting the agri-food system, not only in Uganda, but also at a global level. Available evidence show that agricultural transformation and development are critical to the livelihood of more than 3 million small-scale farmers, majority of whom are largely subsistence. The challenges such as low productivity, food insecurity and malnutrition, food price crisis and volatility, natural resources depletion, changing and uncertain markets, environmental degradation, climate change, and human health crises, such as epidemic outbreaks directly impact on agriculture and rural development. The underlying context of the problem highlighted above linked to the production markets and governance are reinforced in the context in which the relationship between public and private actors has been weak and in some instances non-existent, creating an underlying development challenge. I come here with some rich experience in extension supervision. And I want to thank the previous speaker, the keynote address from Lillian, I think. What she said needs to be re-echoed. Some time back, the government of Uganda changed extension delivery system and we switched to advisory services. The assumption was the farming communities would demand for the services. And I think we are very wrong. We made very significant success stories with people who had embraced agriculture as business. But we erred on people who are looking at agriculture as subsistence. And in one of the meetings in Rugaga, I was with my brother Srimu Nadi. We are celebrating a success story. But on the boundary of a success story, there was a very appalling situation of a farmer who was actually in extreme poverty, and yet he had enough land and enough resources to embrace extension services. So after the meeting, we went to see this farmer. We found him drunk. It was 1:30, I remember. He had a few goats. They had not gone to graze. He had children. They were naked. And his wife was miserably cooking. So I sat there and we talked to him. And from that time, the story is different. So we came back and reestablished the extension service. And I'm happy that the person who first headed our extension service is here. This is other than the previous speaker who invited me here. So in this forum of yours, I want really, before I forget, I want to implore you to define extension service and advisory services appropriately. Because my understanding is that extension services is applied. You are visiting the farmer, whether he likes or she likes or not. Advisory services, you come when you are invited. Advisory services, you can go on the TV, you can go anywhere and advise farmers. So I don't know, by the technical subject matter specialists who are here, you need to define these words which are used interchangeably so that the community, the consumers of these services understand them appropriately. I am happy to note that the National Agriculture Extension Week 2024 is contributing to solving development challenges through creating a platform for knowledge sharing and experimental learning. As most of you may be aware, government bodies from public sector play a critical role to protect citizens' rights through the establishment of regulatory frameworks to guide markets and support equitable economic growth across society. Private sector, through its inherent profit-driven model, plays a critical role in driving growth through constructive analysis of market demands at local level. It offers a viable opportunity for sustainable economic growth that creates new markets, employment, and livelihood across society. Civil society, often termed as watchdog of society, plays an instrumental role to ensure society socially responsible economic growth through its advocacy role for the vulnerable and marginalized segments of society. The embodiment of these key institutions has been the gist of agriculture extension reforms globally over the last 3 decades. The event provides a window of opportunity to engage in policy dialogue and forge a common understanding on how the said institutions can synergetically support each other for agriculture development. I also want to inform distinguished participants that NLM government provides window for private participation. We believe that our economy is private sector led. So I want also to use this opportunity to applaud my brother, Dr. Slim Nadi, for having been vocal on public-private partnership when he was in service and even post-retirement. Over the last 2 decades, government of Uganda undertook the most far-reaching agricultural reforms efforts in Africa as part of the broad strategy to modernize and reduce poverty in rural areas. The first shift was from a public sector supply-driven to private sector demand-driven agriculture extension service delivery system. One of the most studied approaches in Uganda was the National Agriculture Advisory Services, or NADS, which started in 2001. Although the program initially registered remarkable success for participating households in terms of farmer empowerment. 77% increased agricultural income, 37 to 95%, and a rate of return from the investment 8 to 49%. This program suffered a number of policy failures largely attributed to inadequacies in domestication of global policies of change, i.e. globalization, liberalization, privatization, decentralization, and civil service reforms. As I earlier indicated to you, experience is not what happens to man, but what man does with what happens to him. So we had to change, and now we are even changing further to provide for public-private participation in extension delivery. The government of Uganda adopted yet another agriculture extension reform in 2014, dubbed the single spine agriculture extension system. It is a decentralized pluralistic extension system that brings together the public sector, private sector, and civil society that work collaboratively and synergetic to foster service delivery among the farming communities. This event is a product of the reforms, and I wish to commend the organizers for supporting the government policy direction. Agriculture extension, therefore, has been a critical element of government policies for rural development and modernization in Uganda, and the government has invested significantly in improving provision of agriculture extension and other agriculture development programs such as parish development model. The parish development model is designed to address the 39 subsistence farming groups which are not in the money economy. And therefore, the gist of the matter is that we believe the outcome of this meeting would actually pay attention to this group, both in public and private sector. In general, documentation of the policy and program constraints the extension service phase is inadequate, and there is only limited evidence on which policy and program reforms could best increase performance and improve development outcomes. As a policymaker, I need evidence and other information on which to make a decision to know which approaches are best for the government's national goals and objectives. This forum is a useful resource because it provides an avenue where policymakers and development practitioners interface and share knowledge on how to translate policy into practice. The government of Uganda is currently implementing a reform to merge agencies into their ministries, commonly referred to as RAPEX. MAIF is undergoing restructuring to accommodate the agencies under its jurisdiction. NADS, CDO, CDA, UCDA, DDA, and COC2. The National Agriculture Extension Services is therefore expected to take on additional responsibilities, some of which were being undertaken by these agencies. This forum should examine how to reform extension service based on the new institutional realities according to the best fit, characteristic, or frame conditions in view of the political environment, natural resources, farming and market systems, and socio-economic state of affairs. Now, I want to use this opportunity to inform you distinguished participants that the government of Uganda, in rationalizing these agencies, does not intend to abolish the functions which were being implemented by these agencies. We don't intend to reduce subject matter specialists, the core staff that were delivering these services. We also don't intend to change the law. We are restructuring to create efficiency. If you interest yourself in the research that was carried out 5 years ago, the agencies are highly remunerated and they have been taking a lot of money. The agencies of MAIF take more money than MAIF itself, including the local government extension staff. So the review should be understood that we want to save money to increase on extension workers to reach the core of the problem in rural communities. I've seen people misunderstanding this and politicizing it, and I want to tell you, it's a wave you cannot stop. When a mother gives you a baby, when he wants the baby back, you must surrender to the mother. And where I come, we have a proverb that if you are more generous and kind to a baby than the mother, then you must be having some ill intentions to kill that baby. This year has shown us that the world is constantly changing, and so needs agriculture extension clientele are changing too. Therefore, research needs to continuously update our knowledge of what works and why in the drivers of rural development and modernization. As the food and agriculture sector continues to rapidly evolve, extension and advisory services must also transform to meet new needs and challenges. This includes the expansion of high-value agricultural products, the growing role of the private sector, increasing the pluralistic system, natural resources constraints, and climate change, and the emergence of opportunities to use big data and digital approaches to improve extension service delivery and bring efficiency in service delivery. In this challenging context, more ambitious objectives are needed to access and evaluate extension and advisory services. The best fit framework can help to evaluate performance and impact by looking at how the extension services characteristic fit with the prevailing environment and what policy reforms are needed. More evaluations that clearly link extension and advisory services to the outcome and impact in rural communities will provide additional impetus for support for these services that are critical to over 1 billion small-scale and marginalized farmers worldwide. I therefore wish to challenge this audience to examine Uganda's agricultural extension in this context and advise government on the best fit option for policy change as we embark on a revival of the National Agricultural Extension Policy 2026 and develop the accompanying legislation, the National Agricultural Extension Act. I wish to conclude by extending my sincere appreciation to the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services for mobilizing all the relevant non-state actors in the agriculture extension arena and all those organizations that have in one way or the other contributed to this meeting. I thank you for your attention, for God and my country.
We are moving to the launch. You know, the launch should have been earlier, but I've been advised that the minister first makes his speech and then he does the launch. We are launching 2 activities. One is the strategic plan and the second is the project. So the strategic
First of
plan.
all, I don't want to shorten or disrupt your program. The message from government has been delivered. I will be away, but the government will be abundantly available. So somebody representing the PS or PS will be here, and I want you to exhaustively complete your program at ease, and I'm monitoring the progress. I am interested in the outcome at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So one of the documents to be launched is this one. The signing here will be for the project, but this is supposed to be launched too. We start with that. The strategic plan.
Okay. It is now my singular honor,
You sign this.
on behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, to launch the strategic plan, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. You first.
Asante sana.
Today at Silver Springs Hotel, Kampala, Uganda.
Asante sana. Our project is launched, Honorable. You can sign on that particular book.
Yes, I have. Do I sign on top? Yeah. Yes.
Open the page. Sorry, our media is missing. Please come nearer.
Open for Jade.
Sorry. We shall show you the page that has been signed. Today is 29th, sir. And then you can use the black marker, Honorable. He's signing on the project that is being launched today. It is a scaling and operationalization of pluralistic last miles delivery extension and advisory services in Uganda. I understand this is a 3-year project supported by AGRA. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Honorable. We sincerely appreciate you. We appreciate your time. Even that signature, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's give Honorable a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Salim and the partners, please come and sign. A group photo in front of these documents that are signed. Where is the sign page? Please, a group. Let me have the other book signed. The signed one. Wait. officially signed. 4-year strategic plan. 5-year strategic plan. 2024-2028.
First board members, please join quickly for this first board members for this project that is being launched today.
Kamata hii. Can we have our visitors from Madagascar? Please, come and join the team. Honorable, the team came all the way to be with us, and here they are. Please come nearer to where the minister is, evidence-based.
Evidence-based.
And you tell them that he is the Minister of Agriculture in Uganda.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to have a bigger group photo outside for everybody. Evidence-based that you all came and you attended and you are with the Minister of Agriculture. So let's move out at the entrance. Thereafter, we come back and have a cup of tea before we proceed. Thank you very much. Quick, 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 let's get out and have a group photo. Please, let's get them. Which one? First. Honorable, the demand is very high that you pass through exhibition stalls. I know. Come for group photo. Hurry up, team. Everybody hurry up, move faster, faster. Oh, sorry. Let me keep this. Here, Dr. Miro. This is the size copy. So 8. You're not going. What am I doing? Sasakawa. Still the same. They are bringing in the. This is Kilimo Trust.
Good to see you, Kilimo Trust.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks for coming.
Good.
Thank you.
I'm around. Please come for the group photo. Come. Come and have a group photo right out here. I hope this thing is still working. GIZ around? BT. GIZ and CARE, I need them here. CARE, please come in front. Director, please come over. Sorry. Please, somebody work on this cable. It will throw down people. This cable here, the media person whose stand is there, I don't know whether it's the one. Media team, adjust this cable immediately. Please, sir. We missed out on your remarks. We want to hear that. Okay, sir. Please have a seat, Mama. Where is GIZ? Please come over. GIZ representative, come over. GIZ, come. And then I'm inviting Commissioner Jennifer, come right here. Have a seat. That is not good sitting. You go and sit that side. She will sit here. Jennifer, where you come and sit this side? We need to balance the boat where. Now that is better. This side. Your presentation will come shortly. Okay. We are going to go into having the speeches that we miss. There are a number of issues that these partners have to share with us. And we miss them, but we are not willing to miss. We are not here to miss. We are here to get everything that we have to get. GIZ, you will come forth first. And you give us the remarks, and then we can get to international. You're welcome, sir. Let us welcome him, those whose hands are free of tea.
Thank you very much, moderator. Dear distinguished guests, the ministry represented, our first team, and all the colleagues from the different districts and different organizations. My name is Geoffrey Oba. I work for GIZ as a technical specialist for agriculture and climate, and I also look at resilience among smallholder farmers. We are happy as GIZ to have been part of the Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week, especially as part of the pre-events in the regions. GIZ, through the rural development programs, one is the Promoting Rural Development Program in Northern Uganda, PRODEV, and Agroecological Innovations for smallholder farmer pest management, also across Uganda. We call it shortly as ECO-PM, supported the regional events in Lira for the north, and also in Mbale for the eastern region. As GIZ being a public institution, a federal institution, not a non-governmental organization, we are part of the public extension system. So this gives us a very good opportunity to share experiences, but also an open door to work with the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, UFAS. Looking at the theme of today, that making extension count for a robust, resilient, and a competitive agri-food system, GIZ Promoting Rural Development Program also works on strengthening agri-food systems in northern Uganda, but also reaching to West Nile and the other refugee hosting districts in Uganda. We are therefore very much privileged to have been part of the regional events and also to participate and share experience and listen to a number of other presenters here. From the previous presenters, from the board chairperson, talked about resilience, talked about reaching to the last mile beneficiary, the last mile farmer, and this is what GIZ also works towards, supporting both private and public extension services in Uganda. GIZ is much broader, but I'm specifically talking about the rural development programs that works in northern Uganda and also targets the smallholder farmers in Uganda. We, as GIZ, also pledged to continue working with UFAS in this very forum, and we have learned that in northern Uganda, we have also the Northern Uganda Agriculture Extension Services Platform, which is being supported by Caritas, and we have also been invited to give a hand and support the annual general meetings, but also the relevant capacity developments that are required for that institution, which I'm also sure that this Northern Uganda Agriculture Extension Services platform is also completely part of the Uganda Agriculture Advisory Services of us, and which is a good platform to share experience in terms of strengthening agricultural extension in northern Uganda. And we also ask that since these activities in the regional forum was supported through the agroecological innovations for smallholder pest management, as we come here and as extensionists, we have to enhance that, to ensure that we support the activities in terms of pest management, but promoting agroecologically safe initiatives and innovations, because these programs looks at promoting the innovations that are friendly to the environment. And we work together with the CIPE, which is a pest management institute, and we work very closely with the NARO. So GIZ is a government institution, and we work very closely with the government. And that's why when you look at these two programs, we work very closely with MAIF, and we also work very closely with the Ministry of Local Government. And we are very, very glad to be part of this deliberation. I came with my colleague that supported the regional events, Juliet Akomo, who is also one of the technical advisors from the GIZ program. Thank you, Juliet, for working with the first team to support the regional events that took place in Lira and also in Mbale.
Asante sana.
So I do not want to take much time, but I want to thank UFAS for ensuring that extension service provision in Uganda is enhanced, but also bringing together different actors to make sure that we strive toward making extension very important, making extension work, and also we improve the framework conditions that will support our smallholder farmers, that will support the micro, small, and medium businesses within the agri-food system, to be more resilient, but also competitive. I thank you so much.
Asante sana. He said they are willing to support even the next one as we continue with Extension Week. I think that one deserves a bigger round of applause. Asante sana. Those are the things we want to hear. Thank you very much. We appreciate you in totality. Thank you so much. Care International, let's listen to what you have to tell us. Thank you very much.
All protocols observed. My name is Sarah Royce Singwire. I work with Care International in Uganda. I'm very happy and excited today to be part of this event. I would like to note that I was one of the first mobilizers for UFAS in Western Uganda, and I'm very happy that we have a good number represented here from Western region. I will briefly talk about CARE, key program areas. CARE is an international organization. We operate worldwide, and in Uganda, we operate in all the regions. We have 4 key programmatic areas, and these they include, we have programs and projects in climate justice. We look at issues of natural resources and conservation. We have gender justice, that is where we focus on the women economic empowerment and gender-related projects. We have humanitarian actions, that is where we have different programs and projects implemented in the settlements and refugee areas. And then we have programs in livelihoods. So different programs across the country, and we have our contact offices all over the country. Our head office is here in BUGOLOBI, Union House, and all other regional offices. We are here today as members of UFAS, and we feel as part of the partners, we have a stake to contribute in agriculture extension. And talking to the theme, we also partner with government of Uganda and the different districts all over the country. And talking about the theme of today, looking at making extension count for robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food systems. As partners and other stakeholders, we feel we should contribute to this by adopting different approaches that are transformative. How do we make sure that the approaches as partners and stakeholders that we use to deliver extension services are transformative? These approaches must consider issues to do with climate change. They must be climate resilient. The issues of climate change are affecting us. They are affecting the farmers and the communities. And we must make sure that our models of extension delivery speak to that. We also have to look at the nutrition component. People must have food, and we have to think about the quality of the food that they have. And this applies so much in the refugee context, especially in the settlements. We have to look at the market base. We cannot talk about resilient models when products are not coming on table, when people have no money. People must have food, they must have money at the end of the day. So any approach that we talk about, we must make sure that it is leading the people to make sure that they have products on market. And lastly, we consider the gender transformation very important. We have different extension service providers in our communities, but there are gender issues that are affecting some of the community members, some of the people, especially women. The services are there, the service providers are there, but these women, because of some factors, they are hindered from actually receiving the advisory services. And they can hardly access markets, they can hardly be in production, they can hardly participate. So we feel any approach should make sure it also speaks to gender. And how we have done it as CARE, and of course I know other partners, we have piloted what we call a gender transformative approach called the Farmer Field Business School. This is the approach that is projected in the communities. When we go to the communities where we have piloted this, it is called a kagari. So when you go down there, the different facilitators use this approach. Quickly, I won't talk about the model so much for tomorrow, but we believe this is a transformative approach that can help us to address the issues around gender, looking at the relations at household level, looking at nutrition, look at the markets, looking at the collectives. These are the cooperatives, the groups and associations. This model has been piloted in different districts, so far 15 districts, where we have the Cascade project, we have the scaling up farmer field business schools in Rubirizi, in Chenjojo and Chegegwa. The beneficiaries are here, starting from Rubirizi, led by the district local government, the chief administrative officer. The Rubirizi team, kindly wave to the congregation. Rubirizi team, those are the community-based trainers that are providing extension services at community level. We have a team from Chenjojo. Please, Chenjojo team, kindly wave. Thank you so much. Those are the districts, and Chegegwa district. And Chegegwa, we have the host community, and we also have the team from Chaka refugee settlement. This model has been even piloted in the refugee setting. We therefore encourage the different stakeholders to try and adopt this model and use it, and you'll be able to see the results. I only want to appreciate our partners, the partners that are implementing this model. We implement through partners. We have JESE, that is Joint Efforts to Save the Environment. JESE team, please kindly wave. Thank you so much. We have Farm Africa. I know if Farm Africa is already here. Those are, thank you so much. Those are the partners from Eastern Uganda that are also using the model. I also want to appreciate the CBTs. These are the frontline extension service providers. All the CBTs, please kindly wave to the congregation. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the stakeholders and partners, especially government of Uganda, for the support, and the districts that have allowed us to pilot this model. We also appreciate the Office of the Prime Minister, especially for allowing us pilot this model in the refugee settlement in Chaka 2, and then also all the stakeholders and partners that are here. Thank you so much for joining with us to have an opportunity to share your experiences and the different models and approaches that we're using, so that we harmonize our knowledge and we package ourselves when we are going to our communities to provide extension service. I lastly call upon the government of Uganda, all partners and stakeholders, to adopt this gender transformative approach, and we use it as a mechanism of delivering all the agricultural extension programs in Uganda, so that we are able to see the transformation that we wish to see in our country. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. She says the gender transformative approach. And she says, government, I want you to adopt this. And remember, today we talked about who the government is. They said it is who? Whatever the us is, whatever the you and me is, whatever that those people up there is, you make sure you adopt this, isn't it? Thank you very much, Care International, for being part of us, for being part of government, for being part of this team. Thank you so much. Allow me at this juncture to invite none other than our Director of us, Dr. Salim, to come and give us his remarks. I know this is important. Have we forgotten what we are supposed to do? Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. 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 You're welcome, Director. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Connie. First and foremost, it's very impressive. Pardon? No. Oh, am I presenting that? How long do I have? Do I make remarks or I make? If it is remarks, I don't have to do that because this is a presenter for tomorrow. Thank you very much for this gathering, and I thank you all for being here. And it's quite impressive that I see all the stakeholders in the Agricultural Extension Advisory Services, the key ones, are here. So I really applaud you for making it. I'll pitch my presentation from the continental perspective and then draw onto the Ugandan perspective as I move along. From the continental perspective, there are several things that the continent is looking at. The first one, of course, the biggest one is climate. Climate change is affecting Africa probably even more than other parts of the world. And adaptation to climate change is very critical. And hello? Oh, okay, thank you. So I said I'm going to pitch my presentation from continent to the Ugandan situation. First, I think I mentioned that from continental perspective, there are several challenges. And one of the biggest one is the climate change. And that one is affecting not only subsistence farming, but also commercial farming and the way African subsistence farmers survive. The second one, which is now affecting the continent even, which is again not a result of climate change, but has even worse impact if not handled, is declining soil health fertility. And Africa launched the Soil Health Initiative in Nairobi this year. And AFAS is part of it, and therefore UFAS is part of it. The other one, which is equally big, is increasing population. Africa has the youngest population in the world. And I can quote Obasanjo, who said that African youth is like a pressure cooker. If you don't give it an outlet in terms of opportunities, then you know what a pressure cooker can do if there is no outlet. So youth population is being also looked at, and of course, urban migration. Urban migration, one of the issues that is a result of big urban migration, there are both positive and negative effects. One, you are removing labor from the countryside, which is mostly agricultural. And two, you are bringing youth into the city who are unemployed. And that coupled with what I said, in other words, you are bringing a time bomb right in the city center. For those who have observed the Kenyan situation, you saw what happened there, and the Nigerian situation. And of course, the other effect is that actually it gives opportunity for farming, agro-processors, and all those agribusiness to supply the needed food in the cities. So those are the major challenges affecting the continent. But of course, Africa has put in place, for those who are familiar with CADAP, several instruments that African heads of states have signed in, including soil health intervention measures. But one of the most critical ones, which very few African countries have adhered to, is what they call the Maputo Declaration, which was made more than 10 years ago. And African heads of states, all of them, committed to provide 10% of the GDP to the agricultural sector. For those countries who have provided, some countries have moved from actually hunger, net hunger, and recipients of food aid to exporters of food. An example is Ethiopia. Another example, actually, is Rwanda. The other one is Malawi. Those are the main ones. The rest of the countries have provided mostly less than 5%. Our country here, I think, I'm not too sure, 3%? 3%. So that's 30% of what they signed into. That's probably not great enough. But we are moving because there are many other priorities, like the government says. All of us are government, we have said so. But the ones who sit in the office are main government. Now, fortunately, there's what they call refreshed CADAP, which is going to be launched here in Kampala next year. So government, the top of the government, I think, since it is going to be launched here, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more seriousness. And the good thing and the good news is that now extension has been singled out as a main indicator to propel the continent into that livelihoods aspect. And they have been given indicators. These are just things that are happening, and there are indicators already for that. And the key indicators, of course, the issues of policy we have mentioned, farmer ratios, extension ratios, issues of digitalization, adoption rate, and so many other things. And I'm glad to hear that the minister has mentioned that from savings of rationalization, this will be channeled into extension. So I would pray that this meeting, which is very important, start working and helping and working with the ministry to see how best extension can deliver to that CADAP promise. Now, coming back to another thing which is also into that, will be in that CADAP, is digitalization. And I think Lillian mentioned it. This program is going to support government and Uganda in the process of digitalization. And I'm glad we have all the partners who can work with us and with UFAS on that digitalization process. And now coming back to robustness and resilience, which is a key theme in this. One of the things is that organizations, institutions, and let's say bodies that influence government are very key into changing government policies. You can see private sector, they are very well organized. So if we wish to change policy, I think that's one of the areas you have to do. Policy changes and so on, implementation arrangement and so on. And you have to be organized, you have to have a voice. The other area which we'll have to look at again as we move is we did decentralization. The whole of Africa did decentralization. Actually, decentralization is good because they take services to the nearest point where the farmers who need them are. But that does not mean that the central government has to disengage. And unfortunately, the study which has been done in the continent shows that where there are weaknesses and big challenges in extension, it is where central government more or less disengaged. and it is no different from Uganda. I'm just quoting a study. Decentralization was done, but there are issues which must be retained at the center. And some of those issues are M&E, things to do with policy, things to do with impact assessment, planning, and, coordination, issues to do with financing, issues to do with capacity development. I'm not sure those days when I was in NADS and as well as before that, there used to be a planning session every year, and has been with all the stakeholders, and there's no more there. And there used to be capacity development for both extension, research, and so on. My sister Beatrice there, I remember we went together and we studied together, and it was supported by extension. Not only that, skills development, which is a continuous process, is a central function as well. You don't expect these little districts of ours to do any capacity development of any sense. The other one is learning. Are we going to run from one district to the other to learn from what your colleague is doing? These days there's something called communication, digitalization, and so on, but cross-learning is very important. In a decentralized system, the way it is now, there's no opportunity for that kind of thing unless you jump on a border and you go to the next districts if you can, which is very cumbersome and also impossible. So learning is also a big factor which should be aided and supported by the central government as much as possible. And then there are cross-boundary issues. Cross-boundary issues, for example, I grow maize here. I grow maize in the next district. I grow maize is grown all over the place. How do you handle cross-boundary issues? Common pests. Rivers flowing from here, flooding there, and so on. Post-harvest handling, aggregation of products, marketing, all that kinds of thing. Wetland management. All those things should be handled at that level. So those are the things as you go into the next level of the policy and planning, hopefully the central governments. We are as AFAS, we are moving into that zone to see that there's not to dismantle decentralization, which is very important, but functions that are not decentralizable should be taken upwards for that purpose. Now, the other thing which I heard from this the morning session before the guest of honor came was the issue of pluralism. It is in our policies. The whole Africa it is there. But it's mostly lip service, really. Because in pluralism, there's private sector, which is very big in many countries. But they are not integrated into service delivery. They have their own parallel operating systems, but are not integrated into that. So that integration is a must. And then, of course, there's now we are talking of, when we talk, I think that's another thing where, especially when you're doing better integration, not necessarily that you have to pay their salaries, but for private extension delivery, there's these days what they call business models, bundled services models, and especially with digitalization and with agribusiness and so on and so forth, there's what they call now bundle business models. And quite frankly, extension actors are beginning to make money, not necessarily from extension, but using other services which are related to extension. I'll give an example where there's an agribusiness, or what do you call it? These dealers, what are they called? Agro dealers, okay? Some of them are employing extension workers, agronomists, and so on and so forth. Or those who buy and sell seeds and so on. They employ the same, and so on. So you make money. Even if you have a small shop and so on, you can become one way or another. For example, me, I grow some mangoes. Although I know what pests and what chemical to use, we have to call agro dealer. I have this problem and so on and so forth. And therefore, they are the ones who provide me with the necessary knowledge. So that's what they call bundle. And you can do it all the way to the sub-counties and so on. I've seen it. There are a few examples, I think, under there's what they call agro-connectors and so on, and others under Reform, and in areas which is, and they are progressing. They provide all services, including irrigation. Incidentally, they go even into walking tractors. They go into even working on border borders and so on. So that's what they call bundle services. But that's we have a session tomorrow, a side session. And then the last one, I think, is the two last, human capital. I've already mentioned that that's a central function. But what they launched today, that's digitalization, is going to be there. And they are going to launch something they call digital marketplace. The digital marketplace is like, it is like a marketplace you go where buyers and sellers are. And also you can exchange information, not necessarily rumor mongering and so on, but you can exchange information. And that one will be I think we are fast tracking it in Uganda. If we have that, then it will be, even skills development will be incorporated, issues financial services will be incorporated, marketing will be incorporated there, content development and consumption will be there, and so on, both for farmers, extension workers, researchers, academia. There'll be space, agribusiness, there'll be space for that in the digital marketplace. And then it will have functionalities like SMS, video, audio, and other functionality. And then it will incorporate information on weather data, and eventually, as we go along, soil information on what you need to apply, when you need to apply, and so on and so forth. So those are the things that probably I just wanted to say very quickly. And detailed presentation on these last points will be there tomorrow. So I heard it from many actors who are in the private sector. It's not about salary and government giving you a salary. It's to integrate you into the system and recognize you and certify you. I think those are the main things. And when you engage in what they call business models. The business model is you have your core business, but you can have several other businesses, and you are providing services which fits into your business and grows your business. I think those are the main areas that we are now moving into. So thank you very much, and I appreciate again your presence. And so let me, I think, give the floor to another actor. And thank you.
Asante sana. Nyongeza tena. Have you heard how people talk with passion? A lot of passion in extension. And those are the areas we want to tap into. We cannot allow them to go with those knowledge. They have to share with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Let us listen to Mama Jennifer share with us. A lot has been said. She's going to give us, she's the government. I think the government who have been talking about that is up there. So let us hear from the government. Let the government give us their part. Thank you, government.
We are the government.
Thank you.
We are the government. So thank you so much. All protocols observed. I'm dwelling on the already established protocol. And by the names Jennifer Oyuru, I'm here for the Commission on Agricultural Extension and Skills Management, who sent in his apology, is on leave, so he was unable to be with us here. Basically, what I'm supposed to present was supposed to level the climate in this room. But I was supposed to give an overview of the National Agricultural Extension Services. But because of the action plan, which has been already overtaken by event, I will still remind us of what the National Agricultural Extension Services is in Uganda. It will not stop me from reminding us, because we are the actors in this field. Thank you so much. Coming back to our background, the Extension Service in Uganda is regulated by the Directorate of Agricultural Extension Services, which is called DAES, and is in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. We are guided by the National Agricultural Extension Policy, NAEP 2016, which guides all of us here. By the time you are there as an actor, we have a policy which is guiding us, which we are supposed to operate on, which we are supposed to dwell on. We don't do things out of the policy of this country. The extension services has been mentioned that we are envisaged on a well-harmonized and pluralistic to a single spine approach in addressing issues of extension, which all of us here, we have been talking. You heard from CARE, you heard from AGRA, you heard from all those other ones. We are all here to address issues concerning service delivery to the last mile farmer, who is down there, who needs our advisors, needs us to help them. That's why we are all here. We are all to join hands together in seeing that the issues which are down there are addressed. The service involves various actors, which has already been mentioned, methodologies and strategies. You have been hearing, people are saying here we have the model on their models they are presenting here. So all those methods, the strategies which we are trying to bring in place to ensure that the last mile farmer is helped with the issues which they are having. Our vision statement, I'm saying I'm now here to remind you, but it was supposed to level the climate in the room in the morning. So I'm reminding us that our vision statement of NAEP 2016 says, prosperous farmers and other agricultural actors for socio-economic transformation and welfare of the population. So as we are out there, we know that our president is always preaching that transforming agriculture, and that's why we are here. We have to transform agriculture. For real, the theme of today's meeting has touched me, how extension counts. It's because of extension, that's how we can be able to transform agriculture. If you're an extension worker out there, we have heard the public extension workers, please, there's a public outcry. We know there are challenges, we know that. But as an extensionist, have a passion in you for the person you are employed to serve. Have that person in you. Don't just look about the money issues, they want. Try your best. There are those farmers who are already modeled down there. Get closer to them. Through them, they can inspire others to come and join the field of agriculture. So this includes all of us as stakeholders in attendance here today. This vision, our vision statement of extension services. And the mission says that to promote application of appropriate information, knowledge and technological information for commercialization of agriculture. We are actors in this room. We have very many models, very many technologies, very many innovations which we are promoting down there. But I'm telling you, don't be surprised. There are other innovations, there are other models for us who are in the ministry. We get to know of them while we are in the meeting like this. So you tell me, where is the pluralistic issue coming in? Where is the single spine now coming in there? If you have models, you share with the farming community, but the people who are regulating the environment are not aware of the models. So here we are reminding ourselves that please, actors in the agricultural sector, let's try to be as one. Under Climate Smart, we are trying to bring an issue of the multi-stakeholder platform. And I believe when the time comes, we have to join there so that we really try to get to know these issues and we address them as a team. You know, together we stand, divided we fall. However much you are working on your own, we shall not achieve where we want to reach by 2040 if we are not together. Because we shall be doing our small things in our small areas, which will not create impact. But if we join hands, we can identify that you can work here, you can do this, you can do the other one. I think it will help this country. Our objective of DAES, it is a reminder to establish a well-coordinated, harmonized, pluralistic agricultural extension delivery system to increase efficiency and effectiveness. Here we are to link all categories of extension users along the value chain. Still, I'm repeating, we need to join hands to be together to ensure that we address the issue which is concerning our farming community. Another objective is to build institutional capacity for effective delivery of agricultural extension services through recruitment and capacity building of extension staff and supporting agricultural academia and technical colleges. We have been having curriculum. The curriculum which we were taught with our forefathers, we also passed through the same curriculum. Again, other generation will come and pass through the same curriculum. I think this is a rightful time now. We are saying skilling Uganda. The academia, we need to start looking into our curriculum. What are we still teaching with our people who are going there? We are talking of skilling Uganda. Is the curriculum speaking towards skilling Ugandans? We need to look into this. So, curriculum, a leaf of a whatever, this prescribing those things. So we need first to look into all this in order to ensure that we move this country, we transform this country, we transform the community. Another objective is to develop a sustainable mechanism for packaging and disseminating appropriate technologies to all categories of farmers. I repeat, this is a centralized function of the ministry or of DAES to avoid misinformation and duplication. Nowadays, we have actors. We're having very many partners, to be honest, who are helping us to transform this country. But every partner will come, would want to make a separate training material, a different what, and yet really this information is reaching the same person whom we are all targeting. So we are here saying, how can we address this? How can we have a unified training material whereby we know that if CARE is training our farmers, they are using the right information, they are giving the farmers the right information, they are giving the farmers the right innovation or the right technology. Basically, it's about information giving, the actual information which is supposed to go to the farming community. And the last objective is to empower farmers and other value chain actors, youth, women, and the vulnerable groups to effectively participate in agricultural extension processes and build their capacity to demand for services. As in the ministry, we have a gender strategy and a youth engagement strategy in agriculture. We have this to ensure inclusivity of the other categories into agriculture. So we also would want you to get these strategies and you follow of what our document speaks when it comes to inclusivity of the community in the agricultural sector. So basically, you go to the structure. Basically now, as an extension services in Uganda, we are having positions which by positions we are supposed to be around 9,000 extension workers in this country. But you find that we have not reached there. The issues are in our hands, with the government, including you who is down there. So this is our position as concerns the structure. And currently we are having very many administrative units again being created. We have the sub-counties, the parishes, the villages, being created. So all these are demanding of the human capacity. But we thank other actors who have come in with creating the private extension service workers. But we hope you are giving them the right information for them also to go and transfer the right thing to the farming community. So basically, this is where we stand as it concerns staffing at the ministry, at the Directorate of Agricultural Extension. Coordination, we are to coordinate all the actors. We are to coordinate the extension service providers in this country. It is our role, it is our mandate. But I think there is a missing gap somewhere, which I hope one day, one time, it will be addressed. The missing gap may not come from us, may not come from you, but we know there is a gap somewhere, which is making this not happen. Because in actual sense, we at the center, we are supposed to coordinate all the actors, meaning almost where possible, only bi-monthly or maybe depending on how we have agreed, we are supposed to hold meetings, understanding what these actors are doing on ground, giving us accountability. We are supposed to demand accountability from you. But you find our actors here. Everyone is going on their own. Everyone doing their own things. They don't even know that, others even I think they don't know that DIAS exists to regulate them. They don't know. There are others who know. They come and demand for us. There are others who even, they are just there because they already registered with the NGO board. So I am also saying, AFAS, NGO board, we need to talk to them. When registering these actors, they should demand, what are you coming to do in this country? Who are you accountable to? Because they lie to our donors, they give them money, they come, they masquerade around, they go reporting, we are doing a lot of work, we are collaborating with the ministry and yet not. I'm very open here. And you have to listen. It is very true. We have to be accountable. If you are doing your work, let's be accountable to the country, accountable to yourself, accountable to your family, accountable to the nation. We have to be accountable to ourselves. Challenges and constraints have been mentioned by the previous speaker, the first speaker until the end. I'm not going to repeat. The challenges are the same. They are not different. They are the same. And it is the heads in this house who are supposed to ensure that we see that we address these problems. I don't know how, but if we come together, we can do it. If we come together, we can do it. I don't know how, but we can do it. So they're all the same in adequacy, particular allocation, weak institutional, they are the same. It is not different. Everyone has talked about it. I don't want to repeat it. So basically, this is the simple and short overview which I've given as concern DIAS in this country. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. I remain Jennifer Oyuro. Thank you. Take back the mic to you.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Mama Beatrice, did you hear that? She says we can't do it. She doesn't know how, but it has to be done. And she says, you people have an answer to how that can be done, isn't it? Because if it's not here, then where? If it is not you, then who? The answer must come from here. So by the time we get out of here on Friday, Thursday, whichever day, make sure we get a solution of how all of us can work together. All of us here present. Because we need each other. One is the arm, the other one is the leg, the other one is the head, the other one is the, like that. So if one arm is not there, you not do the same thing. If one leg is not there, you are limping, it will not work out. Every part of the body must be complete. And we are all here. The whole body is here. I'm giving everybody opportunity to ask one question or two, and we shall have an answer, then we go for lunch. If there are no questions, no lunch. Isn't it? Questions, questions, questions. I want the farmers to be the first to ask a question. Do we have farmers around? A farmer who has not talked. Farmers, where are you? They have refused. They say they are not here. Earlier on, they told us there were a number of farmers who came from Butaleja and the other places. For her, she talked. I want a farmer who hadn't talked. Yes, I'm holding on. I want another.
To the platform is worried, is sure that we can make it, but she doesn't know how. And as you were welcoming her, you recognized her as a government. So I'm worried why some extension workers, they cannot reach out to the farmers, and they are being paid government salaries. They are being facilitated. Some have been given motorcycles, video criteria as the government, which have been put in place to see those extension workers. They surely extend their services to the farmers on ground. Thank you.
You said you are from Chenjojo?
Ivan Bisanga Amoti from Chegegwa district.
Amoti from Chenjojo. Amoti, I want you to Chegegwa.
Chegegwa.
Give him the microphone. Amoti, how many farmers are in your group?
We are 35.
Out of how many farmers in Chenjojo? In Chegegwa?
There are all over a number, but in my group we are 35.
You are only 35. And how many groups in Chegegwa? You are not sure.
I'm not sure.
Thank
but
you.
in my parish,
yes, sir.
So far, the registered groups, there are around 6.
6 groups in your parish?
Yes.
You are not sure how many parishes are in Chegegwa?
Parishes, we have 81 parishes in Chegegwa district.
Thank you very much. 81 parishes?
Yes.
Times, you said in yours there are about 3, yeah? 3 times 81 is what? Somebody do maths for me. 3 times 81. 240 what? 240 something. Those are the groups, eh?
Yes.
That is in groups. It's average, isn't it?
Yes.
We are not sure how many extension workers are in Chegegwa. Who is from Chegegwa? Production coordinator? No.
He's around.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, sir. How many extension workers do we have in Chegegwa, sir? 22 divide by how many? Divide by 200 and whatever becomes about how many? Thank you very much. I'm trying to see how long it will take each of them to cover up each of those groups. Each of those groups. That is, if you are in groups, we're imagining that the whole district is in groups. 81 times 3, we're having 243. 243, if we divide, is about 20 something. Okay? So we have each extension workers covering about 20 groups. So extension worker Chegegwa, do we have capacity to cover? Pardon? Each group has got 30 members. So that means how many people are in, how many farmers are in Chegegwa?
Madam, if I could calculate.
Let us first use his. Yeah, we are calculating 240 times 30.
Yes, I'm basing on that one.
Yes.
That's around 7,000.
Farmers in Chegegwa.
Then we have 20. You divide.
So no, we are not doing it per person. We are doing it per group, making on assumption that every group is 30 people. You see that? That makes it about, each of you covering about 20-something groups. Yes, sir. How many groups do you cover in a month?
But roughly from the reports I get from the extension, roughly we cover around 8 groups, trainings.
In a month?
Yes. When we combine vet and the crop.
In a quarter?
In a quarter, yes.
What is the population of Chegegwa?
Population height is around 600,000.
600,000?
The current one census, yes.
You can now see. Yes. 600,000. How many farmers? 70% are farmers. That is what the statistic says. If we say 70% of the 8,000, so you can see there are still many others who are left out. I was trying to do calculation with all of you together so that we see how effective these extension workers of ours are. What I'm trying to bring forth, let us stop one thing and let us start a new chapter here. Blame game will never take us out of anywhere. Are we okay? The minister said something here. Demand-driven. We manufactured a demand-driven approach to things, but even us, we are not able to do demand-driven. But we want to encourage everybody to do demand-driven. Ask for what you want. Because if we look at the 7,000 probably farmers or 5,000, 2,000, if each of them is supposed to demand for an extension farmer to go and visit his or her farm, they will not do that. She presented and gave us a statistic here that currently in Uganda, on average, it is 1 to 1,800, isn't it? 1 to 1,800 gives our extension workers how many times? More than 3 years to visit farmers one by one on daily basis without falling sick. Do we see that? 3 years, they will have visited you at least once. And that is on condition they do not fall sick. So let us wake up from that slumber. And many times if they say extension workers, we don't look at the many extension workers who are here. The non-state actors are not considered extension workers. True or false? Why don't you want to consider them extension workers? That is why when Mama Beatrice came on board, she says, single spine extension services, all extension service providers, one line, fallen. Because you cannot separate. How many farmers do we have? One like this, we have one farmer, isn't it? One farmer that the non-state actors go for. This one's called the government go for. One farmer. So can we style up? Let us wake up. Let us tell our minds. Go for that extension worker. Grab them. Bring them to your farms. Bring them to your groups. Let them help you. Ask for it. If it's from CARE, grab them. They will give you the same message. If it's from Caritas, grab them. They should be able to help you across the board. If they are from Sasakawa, take them. All of them are extension workers. There is nothing like government and there is nothing like non-government. All of them go to Makerere University. All of them go to Gulu University. All of them go to the same university and the same lecturers. True or false? Let us take extension workers as extension workers. We must start changing our minds and start appreciating what really has to be done. Let us start appreciating the few that we have and let us support them. We are also encouraging them to try their best. They are few, but let them also try. But let's learn to appreciate and give credit where it's due. But many times, we have said these people don't work, these people are not seen, and that is the only message everybody carries. In our ministry, nobody wants to tell us anything good. They said extension workers, they are not seen. What do you mean not seen? Huh? And today, this has turned into a different politics. That is what is coming in coffee. And yet these people are there and they are working. You remember the discussions we had today? They said, you don't talk about what you are doing. So we need to start talking about what we are doing. We need to start telling the world what we do so that we can make a difference. Let us share. Let us document. Let us give out what we are doing. It is time for change. And let that change start now. We are tired of hearing extension workers are not working. Who said they are not working? Who said? These people work. These people come to your farms. These people do a lot of things. Please, turn to action. Let's propose. What do we do? How can we do it better? If the non-state actors have capacity to help us document everything, regardless of whether you are government, non-government, whatever it is, let us document and share those good practices so that it helps everybody across board. Is that okay? Give me another question. We are still discussing and we are agreeing. We haven't finished. You see, rain here, this rain is very stubborn. We are preparing for lunch, and that one was for the farmer. Extension worker from they say government and non-government. No, I'm not using government anymore. I'm using state. From non-state. And there were many extension workers. They were in green and everything else. The green people are just looking at me, and they told me they were the frontline extension workers. Isn't it? From where? Frontline extension workers. Ask me a question, I want to give you an answer. Yes, sir. You're from non-state, eh? Thank you very much. Give him a microphone, please. We must find answers to what we are looking for. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you. It's good that today we are going to stop the blame game. But of course, there are some things that we must sweep out in this house. She pointed out an issue of shortcomings in the policy and the regulatory environment. We are finding a lot of issues, especially when it comes to the food safety, issues around counterfeits, issues around the delivery of the information. As this house today, what do we do? Because all this rotates around the policy issues. If the policies are very good, and then the policies are not being implemented, now how shall we escape from the blame game? Thank you.
What were you proposing? What do you think should be done? You know, when you raise a concern, you give us what you think. Then we also add for you. What were you thinking about?
Of course, as someone pointed out, the issue around policy and policy formulation and implementation, I think to me is also a key if we are to remove some of the challenges that are around. Take an example. There are a lot of counterfeits within the system, especially in agro inputs. This farmer goes into a shop, buys the seed, and he thinks the seed is very right. By the end of the season, or by the end of the, by the time this person goes to the field, the seed is fake. And this one does not even stop from the herbicides, the alkalicides, the pesticides, and all this is bringing the farmer down, but doesn't bring the farmer down alone, but also the extension. That's why sometimes a farmer will stand and say, you know what, the extension workers are not working, just because what the expectation of this farmer from the extension worker was not what was not achieved. So I think the issue of policy, the shortcomings in the policy, regulation, and environment, and the entire environment, surely must be worked on. And you talked about the issue of the ratio. Me, I would not see the ratio being a big problem, because we have several platforms where we can impart our information. For example, in care, during COVID-19, we were stopped from going to the field, and we created a platform, a digital platform, where the community-based trainers would report directly to the extension worker. And this platform has really worked. You are seated at home, you are receiving information from the farmer, you are responding to the farmer, and where necessary, you go and look for, you go and approach, or you approach a person whom you think he really needs the solution. So the ratio, yes, there are few, but I think there is something to do beyond that.
Thank you, but point of correction, they did not stop you from going to your farm. Did they stop you from going to your garden? No. Please don't the government. Okay. Dr. Patience, you've been here for a long time. You did not say anything. Everybody's been talking, complaining, bringing issues. You haven't said a single thing. You are the father of extension, but you are seated behind the father of extension. That means you are in line of extension. You also sit inside extension. And you are the government, those guys with authority. I don't know whether you are part of the team with authority. We want a single spine. We want everybody here plus those outside to be together, work as one. Commissioner Jennifer has given us issues here and there. What can you add? What different thing can these farmers here and extension workers from the non-state actors go back with so that you don't have to run after them? They should be the ones to know that, let me link up with the government where I am. Whether at district local government, where at the extension worker will have been from them. And I know sometimes they refuse because they think the other one coming is going to give them something. So, but I want you to say something in this line. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, today for me, I had come to be a listening post so that I'm able to listen and understand the views of stakeholders so that when we are trying to make those policy decisions, we are able to reflect on what the stakeholders are saying. But what I only want to emphasize is that really the National Agriculture Extension Policy of 2016 really opened up space. It opened up space for every actor to play his role. And you know, when we coined the word single spine, for those who have done biology, you know what a single spine, what the spinal cord does. Linked to the brain, and with a multiple of nerves, and some of the nerves are not directly connecting to the central nervous system. But when they take action, the brain records that action has been taken. So, in other words, you have a pluralistic system that is functioning, that wherever you are, when you take action, the minister at the center has to know that action has been taken somewhere. So it is really about strengthening the coordination. You know, the end state, because what we did was we established a public extension system that coordinates that should be able to coordinate very well with all the private actors. And as farmers, as commercialization takes root, the end state is that this public system will move away from direct service provision to service regulation. You understand? So, in other words, the private players are expected to play a greater role because the private players cannot thrive in a subsistence system. You cannot expect they don't private people don't provide free services, isn't it? Now, when you still have a big number of farmers who are still subsistence, you can't have a private sector thriving. So the purpose of the public sector is to liberate this group. the purpose of the public sector is to liberate this group from subsistence to commercial. Now, when they have reached that commercial level, they can now be able, then the other private people can now come and thrive. And that was the whole spirit behind the National Agriculture Extension Policy of 2016. That we have a system that is coordinated by the public sector, work towards liberating the subsistence farmers towards commercial, and once they are moved to commercial, then the private people can have their profits in the system. So that was the spirit of the policy. Unfortunately, we thought that we would move faster to achieve this. We have made some achievements, but there's still many challenges that remain, and that is why we're here. So we know we have, you know, as the presenter mentioned, our original plan was to have a minimum of at least 12,000 agriculture extension officers, because studies have shown that for this country to undergo the green revolution, you need about 25,000. You need about 25,000 agricultural professionals and paraprofessionals working closely with farmers. Now, we said if at least if government can provide 12,000, then these private players and all the non-state actors can provide the other half, then we would be able to move. But as you know, the current establishment is about 9,000 for the public, as she has presented. It's 9,248 staff in the establishment, which the government now approved at least out of the 12,000, we can have the 9,248, which is established in the approved structure. But out of that, we are having only 4,000. Something like 4,200. So we are about halfway the journey. So what do we need to do? We have to do a lot of advocacy. A lot of advocacy to ensure that resources are made available to get staff recruited and fill those at least those established positions which government gave us. They gave us the 9,200. It is there. We only need to do advocacy, get them in place, and see how we utilize this human resource to do that transformation agenda. The other great challenge we have is the linkage with the research, with educational institutions, and with the farmer organizations. The other day I was in a meeting with Naro. They did, recently there is a standing panel of scientists, the international panel of scientists on CGR, did a very scientific study to look at the level of adoption of technologies that Naro has been generating. And they selected about 6 enterprises. And the results were very disturbing. Very disturbing. It is only maize that registered the highest, which was 24%. The others were between 4 and 9%. And what does that show? That actually technologies are not moving out of the research institutions. It was a thorough study. They went to farms, interviewed farmers, picked samples, did DNA fingerprinting, carried out in order to understand that actually, to prove that actually these are what? That the varieties are the ones that which are in the field. And it's only commercial farmers, actually, where you would find most of the smallholder farmers are still on our land races. The land races are the indigenous. So it becomes difficult to improve production and productivity, to improve the yields, when these technologies are not moving out. And the last thing I can point out is on the issue of farmer institutions. Most of the farmer organizations and cooperatives we have are not business-oriented institutions. They are also there for relief. All these, most of the cooperatives, and there is a study that has been done, and it shows that most of these, actually they pointed out that most of these cooperatives were willing to change their vision and mission once you came with money. And told them, I want you to change your mission, they are willing to change. So what does that mean? What does that mean? If you're willing, you came to you set up your business. Eh? You know where you want to go. But somebody comes and tells you, you leave this thing, I'm going to give you some money to go this side. And you abandon. You get it? So you cannot have those kind of entities, of farmer organizations, and then expect that you're going to change agriculture. So we have to do a lot of investments on focusing on how you build these farm organizations into business entities strong enough that they cannot be deviated because of some donor has come with some money. So that institutional landscape of research, extension, farmers, educational institutions must complete the equation. And it is our responsibility to do that. So I don't want to spend a lot, but I think that's what I wanted to highlight.
Asante sana. You know, these are some of the interactions I wanted to come out of all this. It was not in the program. And I apologize to all of you if I diverted us. You know, I also wanted us, by the time we go for lunch, we will have internalized something differently. And now I believe you all qualify, at least for the lunch that we are supposed to go for. Don't you think so? Let us clap for ourselves. We clap for everybody, everyone who has talked this morning, and we clap for just being here, listening, taking note, and being good participants. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Has everybody gotten a coupon for lunch? I thought I saw somebody giving out coupons for lunch. Please, can we make everybody get a coupon for lunch? But allow me to request everybody to stand up. All of us. Let us all stand up. It is after 1 o'clock. Number one is, I apologize that I took you beyond 1 o'clock. It rained, and when it was raining, I wanted to spare you from getting wet as you walk across board. Since all of us are standing, let us pray for lunch. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you this particular moment. I want to thank you for the great people in this house. I want to thank you, my Father, for the great deliberations we've had this morning. And I thank you too that you've made us to contribute with our hearts and with our heads. Thank you, my Lord, and thank you, my God. My Father God, we are going to have lunch. Heavenly Father, we'd like you to sanctify the gift of that food and the drinks which we are going to have. Father God, may your hand bless everybody who prepared that meal which we are going to have. May you, Father, bless each and everyone going to have meal with us today. As we eat, let it nourish our body and let it be of great use, so that when we come back, my Father God, let the deliberations be better than what we've had now. Mighty name of Jesus Christ, I have prayed. You deserve lunch. Thank you very much. I can hand over now.
Colleagues, as we go for lunch, why don't we offer a great asante sana to Madam Connie. 1, 2, 3, asante sana. Yongeza chini. Sorry, yongeza tena. Okay, thank you. Please aim at being back here in exactly 1 hour. That should be 2 o'clock.